Haha, sorry, my mic was off. Hi guys, how are you? I'm still trying to get used to this microphone. Excuse the dog outside. She's going nuts. Probably a stray cat. I'm just going to check my sound really quick. I'm always paranoid if it's going to be. Check my sound really quick. All right, there we go. So today I wanted to talk about some disturbing news that came out. Jared Leisek of Adventures with Purpose. It's come out that he is being indicted for child rape charges. And AWP has been around for a few years, but they got a lot, became more into the spotlight with the Kylie Rodney case because they were the ones that came out and actually found her. And so they were in the news. They were just mainstream everywhere. They came out with some of their own theories about what happened with Kylie. They said it was very suspicious themselves, and was kind of going along with the foul play timeline or however you want to call it. But I guess, hey, Gizme, it's come out that he's not that great of a person. And although he has not been charged yet, these emails have come out where his victim actually emailed him. And I really do, I'm just in awe of her bravery. And I applaud her for coming out and speaking out and against him and addressing him, because I could not imagine how hard it was to see your abuser all over the place and everyone's calling him a hero and this and that. So I applaud her for sending those emails. But the thing is with the emails is he doesn't say nothing happened. He literally is just like, we were kids. It was, or he was young. I think he was like 16, 17 when this, sorry guys, a hiccup, supposedly happened. And I guess it was a family member. But he talks about in the emails, like basically families doing things to him. He admits that he was abused. And what a lot of people don't understand, which actually, I'm going to put this up. Give me 1 second, guys. I forgot to put my trigger warning banner up. Because I also want to, there we go. I'm also going to share my own personal story tonight. Yeah, I think it was a cousin or something like that. Hi, Erie. So I know a lot of people are kind of like all over. I've seen comments on YouTube talking about like, oh, I think someone even commented on my video itself talking about something with, I can't watch a video or something. And well, you know what? Don't watch it then. I don't care if it takes somebody 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to speak out. What matters is supporting that victim. And I'm not saying that everybody that comes out of the woodwork is believable, but this man literally responded to her in the emails, making justifications for things that he did. He never denied it. And he used company email to do this. So it's just disgusting. So don't come over here with that bullshit, because victim blaming will not be tolerated on my channel, period. I'm not saying he's guilty, because he has not officially been prosecuted. I am explaining his charges, and I am going to read the emails. And you can deduce your own conclusion. But I'm also going to speak about how families tend to keep like molestation and sexual assault, things like that, secrets. It was in my family. So let me pull up these emails here. I'm going to turn off my camera for a sec. So, okay. So please just know, trigger warning, these are kind of disturbing. So, oh gosh, let's see if I can read this. Goodness. Do you guys want to see the emails also? I can put them on the screen. Let me go ahead and do that. Here we go. Okay, so let me see if I can do this. Jesus. Okay, so all right, it says to support, and like I said, the victim, emailed him through the company email, and he responded. So it goes, sorry guys, do you feel better as a person doing things like this? Does this make you feel like less of a child molesting monster parading around in human skin? There is no forgiveness for what you did to me in my home in Utah, Grandma and Grandpa's house in Las Vegas, and right above Grandma and Grandpa's head in their very own truck. The rest of the family is just about as much to blame as you, because they didn't turn you in when they knew better, and I was just a child and did not know better. And yet you're still welcomed at family get-togethers, or like my grandfather's funeral. The while in the parking lot, I'm getting ready to get out of the car and attend, I see your face and became so violently ill I couldn't even attend. I had to drive down the street to the CVS and watch it all via Zoom. All these people may be calling you a hero and saying that you're doing such great things, but we both know the truth about you, and you're obviously not ashamed of your past. But I also am not ashamed of my past, and I have a voice, and I use it as much as I possibly can. Your secrets are not hidden. And then this is his response, and this has all happened in February. I am so very sorry for the things that we cannot change. It is unfortunate that the Leisek and Juha's lineage experienced the shit that you, I, and many of the other cousins were brought into. Like yourself, I was once a victim by multiple people, both in and out of the family. It is unfortunate when families like ours experience, and then let me go to the other one. It is unfortunate when families like ours experience molestation. Many of us cousins got together to acknowledge what had happened in our youth and made a pact to put an end to it and to protect our children from anything like that ever happening to them. I have myself tried to apologize to you and to have an open conversation with you about it to answer any questions you may have. The first time that I apologized to you, I am sorry for the way that it was handled, for I was under the impression that your mother knew and that I felt it was appropriate at the time to have the conversation with both of you. I did not mean to embarrass you or to catch you off guard. The second time that I tried was not to clear my own conscience, but to help you heal and help with any struggles you may have been having, as many of us had to learn how to overcome and move forward. You essentially told me to go fuck myself and told me how I had embarrassed you the first time around. I am sorry. My understanding is that other cousins also have tried to have the same conversations with you. Let me go to the other one. Sorry, guys. Okay, hang on here. We are now all adults, and it is healthy for us to acknowledge and address those unfortunate circumstances from our past in our child and adolescence years. While there is a lot of shit that has happened throughout my own life personally, from molestation, abandonment, growing up in foster care, and any other shit along the way, I would not change a thing, for it has made me who I am today. I cannot apologize for others for anything that has happened to you in your life, but I have done my best to acknowledge directly with you my own mistakes. I hold no secrets as to this with my own parents, with grandma and grandpa, with your mother, aunts, and my own wife and my children. I have even discussed publicly about my situation and the unfortunate shit that has happened within families. Do we pinpoint it to the Leisek and Chuha's lineage, or do we pinpoint it to Mormonism? I do not have an answer. There is no way for me to understand the hatred and resentment that you may have for me over 3 decades later. I heard about your driving into the cemetery a few weeks later. Trust me, had I known that you had a desire to be there and that I was the only reason keeping you away, I would have 100% given up my time to do what I could to avoid the ceremony so that you would feel comfortable and have your time with grandma and the rest of the family. It is your decision and your choice if you ever want to accept my apology. I have made peace in my life with all things bad, including this situation. If you ever want to discuss, I am always available to have that conversation with you either in person or over the phone. Sincerely, Jared. I really don't like the way he responds. Let me see, is it this one? Okay, and so this was her response to that email. I felt like he was just too much. Well, I apologize to you and you didn't accept that. Okay, I don't give a fuck how many times somebody apologizes to their victim. That does not wash away what you've done, period. Oh, sorry, guys. I may get a little heated throughout this video because, yes, I do have my own personal experience with this and family hiding it. And one of my abusers is currently walking around and has never faced charges for the things he did to me. And everybody knows about it. Yeah, exactly, Care Bear. Like, that's literally how it sounded to me. Like, okay, well, I apologize. It's like we're adults, move on. No, that doesn't, you can't just, oh. So this is her response to that email. If you truly want to apologize, then pay for your actions. Walk into a police station with me and confess your actions. Get it on record and have yourself registered as the sex offender that you are. My only regret in life was not being as open about you and your abuse to anyone and everyone who would listen like I am now, and turning you into the police like you should have been. I don't understand how you can try and get me to sympathize with you and your past issues. Not at all. It angers me twice as much to know that not only did you know firsthand the torture you were inflicting upon me because you experienced it yourself. That makes you an even bigger monster than I have had pictured in my mind. Absolutely disgusting. You're an emotional vampire. I noticed all the therapy terms you used in your message. Typical narcissism at its best. How somebody could ever come to peace with damaging such a young, innocent human being is beyond me. Proof of a completely broken mind, assuming that there would be any kind of peace after those types of actions, or that peace should even be deserved. You are a pedophile. Do not act like you were not old enough to know what you were doing to me during the ages that you were. You could have been tried as an adult at that age and should have been. And as to the comments about my life and things that have happened to me, I don't know who or why you're even discussing me with, but I can guarantee you that nobody really knows anything because just like your situation, I've kept my mouth shut until recently. And I don't talk to any of the family despite what other, as you say, cousins have come to you and said. So be a real man and turn yourself in and pay for your crimes, or continue to be the small, sad, mental midget that couldn't help his libido under control and blames it on his past. Gosh. Okay, so this is his response. Unfortunately, your desire to have a 46-year-old male live the mistakes of a 12-year-old simply is not realistic. Thank God we are not forever judged for our actions as youth, and I'm grateful that many of us cousins acknowledged and stopped those sins which happened to us and those sins we once committed as a result of grooming. It is healthy for you to now be open and talk about the past. You, as a full-grown woman in your early 40s, are to be commended for facing and standing up to those actions which happened to you in your past. Spread awareness and stop the cycle as we cousins within the family have for our own children and grandchildren. Protect your own children and grandchildren as we have to help the world become a better place. What a fucking cocky dickhead. Oof. We live in a society that acknowledges the mistakes made in the past, accepting those who have proven to change. My life holds no secrets, and everyone in my office feels your pain and has seen this email string, for I don't filter my own emails. They know me for the man that I am and not the mistakes of a 12-year-old who learned to recognize the cycle and break the cycle as many of us cousins did. You were younger and not yet ready to accept my apology and recognize the steps we made for future generations to protect them. I hope you can one day find forgiveness and peace. Feel free to have any last words, for I will not respond to any further attacks as to my character today based upon those actions as a youth. Should you desire a healthy adult conversation as to the past, I'm open to helping you through the acceptance and growth that many of us faced and have dealt with. Wow. Wow. I have no fucking words for this email. What a fucking piece of shit. Oh. Wow. You're blaming it. Oh my God. Like, I don't even know what to say because I'm like blown away that this is how somebody would respond to a victim as a 46-year-old grown ass man. You should be, oh, all he's trying to do is, well, you didn't want to accept my apology. So, fuck you then, oh. So let's see here. Let's see if she responded. Is it this one? Not that one. It's 6. Okay, so underneath this email, I'm guessing this is coming from the person that sent these in to whoever I guess, first shared them. It says the person that he refers to as blank would be my cousin and one of his previous victims prior to me. Okay, so hang on. I guess there was more to the other email. So, okay, it says, feel free to have any last words, for I will not respond to any further attacks as to my character today based upon those actions as a youth. Should you desire a healthy adult conversation as to the past, I'm open to helping you through the acceptance and growth that many of us faced and have dealt with. If you have not done so already, I may suggest reaching out to blank and lean on her for guidance as one closer to your age who within the family has gone through this with us. I'm not sure your relationship with Aunt Blank or your mother, but I'd suggest leaning on them as well, for they experienced much of the same in their own youth. And that's where it says the person that he refers to as blank would be my cousin and one of his previous victims prior to me. He referred me to her so that way she could help me learn how to forgive him. Not to mention, unprovoked by me, she contacted me a few days after these emails happened and has tried to convince me, but all of this is not as bad as I see it. Wow. Okay, so this is another email. This is her response to that email. It says, let's do some math here. I was 9 or 10 when living in Utah, and you forced me to have sex with you on my bathroom floor upstairs. Hang on one second, guys. Sorry, guys. It says, let's do some math here. I was 9 or 10 when living in Utah, and you forced me to have sex with you on my bathroom floor upstairs. You are 6 or so years older than me. That makes you older than 12. In Las Vegas, at Grandma and Grandpa's house, you were living there, and you had your own car, a Volkswagen Beetle, and was driving it when it ran. So please stop making it sound as if you were a young child during the time you were molesting me. Maybe you started that young with the others, but as you are not willing to face your wrongdoing in a proper fashion, then that is on you and you alone. Anyone who supports you and your sick delusional fantasy of forgiving yourself for the pain and suffering you caused and willingly and knowingly caused not only a child, but your own family member. But I do appreciate your admitting it all in writing. And this motherfucker responds with, you are welcome. I hope it helps in your healing process. Ooh, what a fucking dickhead. Okay, so here's another. Okay, so this was, I guess she had posted this in a group. It's a survivor group, and things have been blurred out to not give away any names. Exactly. It's really fucking gross. And the way that he just acknowledges it but doesn't acknowledge. Oh. Okay, so it says, please be aware, I had no idea until recently when I had the unfortunate chance of coming across a video of my childhood rapist, Jared Leisek, my cousin. Yes, my own flesh and blood. And I wasn't his only family victim. And honestly, who knows how many others there are out there that aren't part of our family. Due to his defining group, Adventures with Purpose, this man is regarded as a hero and an angel, and he is invited into people's homes with welcome, loving arms. He has been through the systems, CPS, the Mormon Church, therapies, and so many more, as you'll be able to tell from his writing. But I do know for a fact that he did not start with me, and he didn't stop with me either. He, at one point, like you, did verbally admit to my mother, blank, that he had molested me. Obviously skimming over the more horrific parts, like his, oh God, like his attempted sodomizing of her daughter directly above her. Jesus. My grandfather and my grandmother's heads, by the way. And the fact that at the age of 9 to 10, he gave me a yeast infection from raping me, and I had no idea. So I had to go through the trauma of my mother and my grandmother finding white stuff in my panties and treating me horribly and questioning me and punishing me for the problem. When he told her, she started to cry, hugged him, and told him that she forgave him. She never turned him into the police, and I was never put in any form of help or anybody to talk to about it. We went out to go travel on the carnival, which made me unable to be anywhere for more than a week, which meant that I couldn't say anything to anyone. My own mother protected him and never even talked to me about it, other than to tell me she had been blanked and her story was worse than mine. He finally admitted it in writing because he and the family are all very sure that the statutes of limitations have passed and he's safe, so he can. But just so you're aware and can keep your daughter safe, be careful around this man. Oh, God. Yeah, apparently they're Mormons, Kisme. This is fucking awful. Okay, so this is a probable cause statement by the Utah deputy attorney. And it says it is very graphic and triggering. So just, I know we've already kind of talked about some things, but just please, I don't want to trigger anybody. If you need to take a step back or away, whatever, just please do so. Oh, statement of probable cause. The defendant and the victim are cousins. In 1992, the victim was between 9 and 10 years old. The defendant is 7 years older than the victim. Now let's do the math there. 1992, she was 9 or 10 years old. So that means he was either 16 or 17. Just before November 1st, 1992, the victim lived in Ephraim, which is located in San Pete County. About this time, the defendant and the victim were in the victim's bedroom when the defendant pinned the victim to the ground, pulled her underwear down, and put his penis in her vagina. During another incident that same year, the defendant and victim were at their grandparents' house in Manatee when the defendant laid on top of the victim and again put his pee in her V. This information was obtained from the following witnesses: Detective Corey, Devin Cribbs, Ephraim City, blah, blah, dated November 3rd, 2022. Wow. So, that is what has been released so far. I'm guessing that his victim just wanted her own voice. Like I said, I can't imagine what it would be like seeing your abuser on videos all over America being touted as a hero and this and that. And these emails, he just sounds like a piece of fucking shit. I'm sorry, but he just keeps brushing it off as, well, it happened to all of us. It happened to all of us. And that makes it okay? That makes it fucking okay? No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, she's so incredibly brave. I mean, I can't imagine how triggering that had to have been for her to, open her phone and bam, there's video of her abuser. Like, my abuser is out there walking the streets, and oh, he's still loved by so many of my family members, and they all know what happened. Um, yeah, it's disgusting, eerie. And it happens so much where family members turn their heads and act like nothing's happened. They act like it's no big deal. Um, or they act like their trauma is worse. So you should be blessed that you didn't go through as much as they went through. And that's something that I had to deal with my own personal life. And I don't think a lot of, like, my mother realized a lot of it, because yes, she went through a lot as a child, but talking about things that I had went through, it would always be overwashed with, well, I've gone through this, and I went through this, and I went through that, and I went through that. Almost like, well, I was more of a victim than you were a victim. So why are you whining about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it felt growing up, because even now as an adult, it's like we can't bring things up and talk about our childhood with my mother, because she just overwashes it, or she denies that she knew certain things that we know she knew. And it's horrible. Yeah, exactly, Yuri. It's disgusting. Um, when I first seen my abuser, and I know, because you know how, like, Facebook, they say that if somebody pops up on your, like, for you suggested thing, that it usually means like you have a bunch of, like, mutual people in common or whatever, or they've, like, clicked on your page. Well, I had already been friends with all these people that are on Facebook for years and years and years, so there's no reason for this person to pop up. um, and I just, in light of things that had been going on, and the way my aunt had questioned me, and shit came out again, um, all of a sudden I opened my Facebook page, and there he is, as people you may know. And then one day, and this was after, like, everything came out about it again, because I had spoke about it when I was a child and was shut down. And then finally I was questioned as an adult, and it was like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't believe you. Bullshit, wah, wah, wah. Um, but they had a little family chat going on in Messenger or whatever. And I don't know if they thought it would be funny or whatever, but they literally put me in the chat with my fucking abuser. And I was so upset. It it was so triggering to see that. And it was, oh, I can't even, like, describe it, like, what that felt like. Oh, sorry, guys. All right, guys, give me like 30 seconds. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick. I drank way too much coffee. I'm so sorry. I'm like doing the dance in the chair, like, oh my God, I gotta pee. Give me just like 30 seconds, guys. I will be quick, and I will wash my hands, and I will be right back. Okay, so sorry, guys. I drink way too much coffee. So yeah, I'm gonna kind of share a little bit about my story when it came to like our family. Um, I don't want to speak for things that happened to my sister. Um, we've talked about it many times, and eventually, I know she will speak out about it. And she said that she actually wanted to like do a video with me or whatever and talk about it because we went through a lot of shit in our childhood. And but I don't want to tell her story for her because there's a lot of things that I'm sure I still don't really know all that happened. But growing up, yeah, my sister's 4 years older. My sister was basically, she was older and she acted out a lot as a child. Um, and so it was always kind of blamed on certain things. But now, knowing the history I do and things that happened to her, um, I know why she was acting out because of things we were going through as children. Um, so I've never been in this situation, but know many people that have, and like her, never got justice, as well as their family not doing anything or didn't believe him. This happens a lot, a lot. It does. It does, Erie. It happens so much and it's so disgusting. And I don't understand. Um, people think that this shit only happened back in, older times. But I promise you, this shit still happens to this day. We hide abuse. And when I say we, I don't mean myself personally, but just humans, I guess, in general. Um, family members, they hide things, they excuse things because of, and it's the cycle of abuse, and it's disgusting. Truly, truly just disgusting. And you have to be, you have to be strong enough to stop it. Um, and it's not just, people think that it'll just go away. Um, exactly, Erie. It would be, if somebody saw something like that wasn't their blood, you would report it, or at least I hope you would. But because it's their son, their brother, their uncle, their cousin, they're, oh no, let's hide and cover this up. Just don't do that again. And then the victim is, oh, it's okay. Let's just, forget about this. Let's not think about what happened. And that person never gets help. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to pull up. Um, Damn it, I had this article up and I accidentally clicked out of it. Sorry, guys, I'm still here. I'm just trying to find this article. It was really good. think it was this one. Let me double check. No. Damn it, I hate when I have something like put up there and then I accidentally click it away. I try to be all ready and okay, I think this is it. Sorry, guys. Okay, so a predator is a predator and you can stop it from happening to someone else, but your own family, you're willing to let the cycle continue. This is crazy. It is. Thank you, Erie. I do appreciate you guys. I know there's a bunch of other people still alive, and I know this isn't a great topic for a lot of people, but for me, this is one of those things that I had actually already planned to talk about was generational trauma and abuse. And when this all came out today, I just was like, this is a perfect time to talk about it. I feel like not enough people talk about things like this. And I don't have a large platform, but I do have a platform. And so I want to speak about it because I feel like everybody's story matters. And I want to be that place where I can tell my story. And anybody that wants to tell their story is always, always, always welcome to share their story anonymously. If you don't want to, talk about it yourself, you can, write it anonymously to me and I can read it out to you. Just, it's important. These things are important. If we stop acting like this shit exists, like if we stop acting like this stuff doesn't exist and we stop turning our heads, we can start making a difference. This is not okay. Just because it's kids doing things or it's a teenager doing something, this is not okay. This is not the article. Okay, so this is one of the articles that I kind of liked because it helps explain like why the cycle continues and kind of are not even just continues, but why the cycle happens. And it reads, excuse me, guys. People who were sexually abused in childhood may have a higher risk of being in adult relationships where they are abused physically, emotionally, or sexually. In some cases, people who were victimized may become abusive themselves. This pattern is known as a cycle of abuse. It can be hard to understand why someone who has been sexually abused in childhood would engage in an abusive relationship again. But this article discusses some of the reasons sexually abused children grow up to have abusive relationships in adulthood. And the number one thing is it feels familiar. And it says, if the connection between abuse and love is made early in life, the feelings of shame and anger, which naturally happen as a consequence of the abuse, can become mixed up with sexual feelings, leading to confusion in the person who experienced the abuse. These feelings may become interpreted as feelings of love and passion and can lead to sexual arousal. People who have been abused may not realize that other healthier ways of feeling in relationships are possible. They may believe they are attracted to or feel love for their abuser, sometimes even thinking they have a special connection to the abuser, which I have my experience with that. Their experience taps into feelings of intimacy associated with abuse that were imprinted at a very early age. When they are later abused in an intimate relationship, they perceive the familiar feelings of shame and anger as love and passion. And that's exactly it. Hang on. Ooh, I almost exited out of StreamYard. With when you put yourself in that type of situation again as an adult, it's because it's really what you know. And as crazy as it sounds, is people get comfortable with the chaos, with the drama. Did what, Care Bear? Jeez, everybody is live today. Let me look at comments. Oh no, what happened? Everybody's comments are being deleted. Careful, Care Bear, because now all their comments are deleted and hidden. That's okay, it happens. Just try to be careful. Because, like, I can see all the comments on here, but now all the comments are deleted in the stream. I hate that StreamYard does that sometimes. Yeah, Ari, I'm over the Michelle shit right now. I wanted to step away from all of that trauma pimp bullshit and all of that going on. And I wanted to talk about this. I know Rabbit talked about it earlier on, and she did an amazing job. I love Down the Rabbit Hole News. She is truly an amazing creator, and she's always so unbiased and fair. I love Rabbit. But that is what happened with me. I grew up with my mom in chaotic relationships and abusive relationships, and you get comfortable with that trauma, with that chaos, with that situation, and it's a natural reaction to it when things are going good and things are feeling safe. You start to panic because you're wondering, like, oh my God, is this all going to be ripped away from me? When is he going to hit me? When is he going to hurt me? And you freak out so much when you're in a good situation because you're so waiting for that next bad thing to happen. And that's what always happened to me. Like, I would run away from healthy relationships, and I was drugged towards toxic ones because the toxicity felt comfortable, because at least I knew what to expect. If I know they're going to cheat on me, I know it, they're going to do that, or I know they're going to call me names and this and that. At least I know, that's coming. And it took me a long time to train my brain that, it's okay for me to feel loved and feel safe, because my whole childhood, it was just chaos and crazy. It was always, who's my mom going to be? What man is she going to be with now? And what is that man going to do? And are they going to beat the shit out of her? Or are they going to beat the shit out of us? Are they going to, try more? And so it was just living that life You bring all those things over into adulthood with you. And you have to learn how to heal yourself. Therapy, talking. I mean, just there's so many different ways that people use. But it's hard. It's hard being a survivor of any kind of abuse because you are prone to keeping the cycle going. So this talks about the second reason that a lot of cycles continue. Oh, thank you, Ari. I do appreciate that, sweetheart. Number 2 reason, it says it's an attempt to heal. A survivor of childhood sexual abuse may try to undo the abuse by taking back their power. By engaging in a relationship with another abuser, they try to relive the relationship with their original abuser in the hope that they can get it right this time. Similarly, by becoming an abuser, someone who has been abused can play the role of the more powerful person in the relationship in an attempt to overcome the powerlessness they felt. Unfortunately, this is not effective, and they may repeatedly dominate others in a futile attempt to get over the weakness they experience. The cycle of abuse may be related to an attempt to heal from past trauma or to regain a sense of power and control. And I feel like in some ways, I had my times with those, especially being in toxic relationships where it just gets so nasty where they're being awful and hurtful, and then they start turning me into that awful and hurtful person. And I hated it. So, oh my goodness, my little one's just coughing like crazy. So the third reason is they may feel inadequate. People who were abused as children may believe on some deep level that they are not good enough to deserve a genuine, caring relationship. They may feel in a submissive position to others, making it hard to accept real love. They may have even been convinced by their abuser that they deserve the abuse. This is never true, as no one deserves to be mistreated. And then number 4 is they may feel grandiose, which, strange as it may seem, people who were abused may counteract the feelings of inadequacy by believing that they are better than others. They may have a hard time respecting other people as equals. They feel that they are in a superior position to others, making it hard to enter a mutually loving, respectful relationship. They may even feel superior to some people and inferior to others, engaging in abusive relationships at the same time they are being abused by others. So, in essence, abuse may affect a person's ability to feel empathy for others. This can lead to feelings of superiority that make it difficult to form healthy relationships in adulthood. Care Bear. Is this for people who never got help? This is just explaining kind of like how people get trapped into the cycle of abuse and like reasons of why that happens. And then number 5 is basically they may be sexually aroused by abusive behavior, which is so awful. And that's why I feel like anybody that takes the innocence of a child just deserves to go away for the rest of their lives, because taking that innocence away hurts that child for their life. Number 6 is they feel angry. People who have been abused may carry a lot of anger about what happened to them. Abuse can be a way to express that anger. Even if they have pushed the anger out of their conscious awareness, it can come out in subtle or not so subtle ways in intimate relationships or parenting styles. And I feel like I had that myself. That was one of the things that I struggled with being as a young mom, is figuring out how to parent my child, and not being too harsh on her and things like that. Because my mom, like, I feel like I raised myself. And so I had to learn how to balance that. Like, it's not like, it's okay for a kid to be a kid, because in our family growing up, with my cousins, myself, my sister, we weren't allowed to be kids. We had to grow the fuck up, do whatever we were told. Don't look back, don't talk back, don't even fucking breathe the wrong way, or you get the shit beat out of you. And then number 7 is they feel insecure. People who have experienced abuse may struggle with feelings of insecurity that affect their ability to trust others. This can cause them to respond with avoidance or hostility. Number 8 is they are searching for intensity. When children are traumatized through sexual abuse, they may associate or confuse intensity with pleasure. They may be attracted to abusive individuals and high-risk activities in order to feel pleasure, as they need the rush of danger in order to feel aroused. And then number 9 is because abuse is so painful, people who have been abused may cope by retreating into a fantasy world. This may include idealizing others to the point where abusive partners are seen as wonderful, or others are abused as a result of the overwhelming disappointment they felt when they could not live up to the fantasy. And it says there are many factors that can contribute to the ongoing cycle of abuse. People who experience sexual abuse as children may struggle with confusing associations between love and abuse. They may also experience problems with anger, trust, control, and insecurity. It is important to remember that every person is different, and not everyone who is sexually abused will experience these effects. So, see, I'm different as a parent now than I was with my oldest. And that was one of the things that I've like talked about with my therapist and things like that, because I do have a lot of regrets with the way I parented her, because I grew up in a very harsh environment. Like, just from the time I can remember, like even my uncles, my aunt, like we got the shit beat out of us. And, you know, we were expected to always be perfect little soldiers, and just, oh, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. Yeah, she's definitely, she's just got a horrible cough. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to catch up with messages. Da, 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 da. So, give me 1 second. I have to switch over really quick. Hey, stranger. How are you? Oh, yeah, I have to know where my oldest is. But, I mean, I feel like we have a really good relationship now. Honestly, being with my husband, too, he helped me realize that, see, I grew up with the anger reaction like right away. And I had to learn that I cannot parent or react or make a rash decision when I'm angry, when, something happens, or I find out like she lied about something or things like that. And, you get that first flash of like red or anger or whatever. I cannot parent in that moment. And so I say, we'll discuss this later. Go to your room. I'll walk outside, calm down, have a cigarette, whatever. But I do not make any rash decision in that moment because I know I cannot, I can't, I don't trust my anger um, to be responsible. Like, I don't want to do something where I regret it. I don't want to, take her phone away and throw it in the trash can. And then, an hour later, I'm like, oh shit, why did I do that? But I feel like learning to not parent in those first stages of being pissed off or upset with something they've done, it's really allowed us to have a very open relationship. And we talk about almost everything. I know there's some things she leaves to talk about with her aunt and whatever, but I feel like we have a really good relationship now. I've apologized for things that I did when she was younger, because I was almost pushing her to like grow up faster than she should have. Like, okay, well, you should be able to clean your whole room, or you should be able to do this or that. And it's like, for me, I was raised where you had all of us little soldiers doing all these things, and so I expected my own child to do that. Of course, I was a young mom, and for me, that's not an excuse, and I have a lot of guilt myself for that, because I feel like I should have put in a stop to the cycle of abuse myself, because it was a lot of verbal abuse for my child, and probably spanking way more than I should have, because that was the way that I was raised up. And that's probably one of I don't have many regrets in my life, but that is one of them. Is I wish that, I could have been put in therapy or things like that to deal with my traumas and stuff, so I didn't pass those on to my child. Instead, I was a young mom with a baby. I was 13 when I got pregnant with her, 14 when I had her. And so I was young, and I'm around all these people who have children that, do this or that with them. And, when you grow up watching how all these people parent their kids, that's, you emulate that. That's what you know. And I hated that that's what I knew, because I was a lot harsher on her than I should have been. I pushed on that little soldier, like, oh no, why are you doing this? You're supposed to be doing this. But we've talked about it. I've talked about it with therapists, and we've made a lot of progress in the last, 7 years, 8 years. Like my husband, he was an amazing person too at helping me through seeing a lot of the traumas and things like that. So I'm very proud of my oldest. She's amazing. She's so freaking smart. She's beautiful. She's such a kind person. And she truly is just the light. She is such a light in my life. She drives me crazy. I can't get her to do her chores for the life of me. She can't wash a dish for the shit. But she's just such a good kid. She's never gotten in trouble. And I feel like I keep it open because I know what you do when you're that age. And so I'm just like, if you want to go out, go out. And like, she has friends that have been shocked before because they kept, it was like midnight and they were like, oh man, you should sneak out and come hang out with us. And she came to me and she's like, oh my God, mom. She's like, they were like, you should sneak out. And she's like, oh yeah, let me just walk right past my mom. Cause I'm an insomniac. And I'm like, why would you have to sneak out? All you got to do is ask me. And I was like, go. I'm like, just be back by, an hour and a half or whatever time it was I told her. And she's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, go. And I feel like that's a big thing with our relationship is the trust. And she knows though, once she breaks that trust with me, it takes a lot to earn it back. But she is an amazing kiddo. And I can't believe she's going to graduate in a couple of months. Like, oh my God. And she's fixing to go off to college. It's scary. The world scares me. And I feel like I've protected her so hard because I didn't want her to ever feel the abuse and trauma that I went through, that sometimes I feel like I almost put her in a bubble too much. Like she's image her to like the streets, and she's very naive to the world. So it's like, it's such a fine line when you're raising kiddos. Because I'm really scared. Like she doesn't know the bad out there, and I don't want her to know the bad. And I'm so amazingly grateful that she doesn't know the bad that I knew growing up and things like that. But it's like she also thinks the world is a little too good. And so, it's hard when you have an older child because you just like sending them out into the world is like the scariest thing. And it's something that, I have such major anxiety about it. I'm glad that she's wanting to go to school a little bit closer than she was originally talking about. Because a couple years ago, she was like, I want to go to college on either the East Coast or the West Coast. And I'm like, what? You want to go that far away from me? But now she's going to go in-state, not that far. So, hey, we've made some progress. But, it's hard, but it's so important to break these cycles. And so I'm going to kind of share my story, but I need a cigarette for this. Hi, stranger. Thank you. Care Bear. Yes, that is so sweet. I'm glad that your oldest is around and she's such a big help for you. And then Erie. My dad was like that with my older brothers. He would literally challenge them in a race. Of course, Dad won. He's an adult, and he would talk down to my oldest brother because he's 10 years old. Legs couldn't beat a literal soldier. Oh, gosh, Ari, that's awful. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, Care Bear. I'm sure things always get a little bit easier, but oh, God. Mama's going to be a hot mess. I'm like, you better call me every day and text me. I'm like, psycho mama here. Oh, but it's just, that's my baby. Okay, I'm going to switch the audio real quick to my AirPod. Oop. Wait, was it already on my AirPod? Crap, I think it was on my AirPod. Why did this setting change? Damn. This whole time, did I sound muffled, guys? I thought my mic was on, but it was actually my AirPod. Damn it. Okay, I am on mic. I don't know why it said I was on AirPods. So weird. Now let's see. Let me turn it up. Okay, can you guys still hear me? I'm on AirPod now. I just want to make sure I'm connected. Okay, I'm glad. I know, Ari. I'm 32 and I have a 17-year-old. It's funny when we go places because people literally think like we're sisters. All right, let me pull up YouTube. Thank you, love. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go on the AirPod just for a second while I go outside because I need a cigarette before we start diving into this. Because y'all are gonna be shocked at the audacity of my fucking family member, which I'm sure that with as narcissistic as they are, that they'll make some subtle Facebook post or whatever that will like insinuate they watched me, but they'll always claim they probably never watched me. They're that type of person. Care Bear, that's funny. I love it though. Oh my god, I got in trouble the one day. Hmm. Sorry guys, I gotta go by the cricket. They're so loud. Yeah, they shut up when I walk by though. They get scared. I literally have to yell at crickets in my house. I have a damn zoo. um, we were at the gas station and I was getting cigarettes, and the dude refused to give them to me because my oldest didn't have an ID with her, and I was like, "Well, they're not for her; they're for me. I'm her mother." And the dude didn't fucking believe me. And then this little cowboy guy, like behind me, is like, "Oh, there's no way that's your daughter." Blah blah blah. No, no, no. And I'm like, "Dude, shut the fuck up. Do you want to see her birth certificate? Like, what the fuck?" I'm like, "Give me my goddamn cigarettes." I was pissed. They almost did not give me my cigarettes because she was with me. I'm like, I get it. She's like a foot fucking taller than me, dude, but I can't help it. I'm short. It's not my fault. I'm like, you see my fucking gray roots? Like, come on there. I was so irritated, and Sierra just thought it was so funny. So, stranger, while we're on a smoke break intermission, how was birthday tea celebration? That's funny, Care Bear. I thought Tia was getting off her live. That's the only reason I went live because I thought she was getting off. Oh well, they must have found some more to chat about. Wonder if some people showed up. I think I saw somebody in there. I just love Tia. She's amazing. That's why I'm always like, I never want to miss her lives because I'm always like, I know I could go live, whatever, but I'm like, but I also don't want to miss what you have to talk about either, Tia. Like, I want to know what you're saying. I think she is Care Bear. I'm not sure. She was a minute ago when I looked. I was actually shocked. I was like, wait, she's still on. It is. Yeah, I know. That's why I got off because she said she was done and she was closing it down. Oh gosh, I guess I'm gonna have to rewind and catch the last half of it. Sorry, guys. There goes my wind chimes. Yeah, it's chilly tonight, but tomorrow it's gonna be 81. Like it's gonna be gorgeous out. It's like that fall 80-degree weather where it's still kind of a little bit chilly,
with the breeze, but it's still like 80. Oh, I love it when it's like that because it's not too hot. It's 80, but it's not like a hot 80s. I don't know. That sounds weird. I like when there's that fall breeze because 80s when it's, July or June, it's freaking hot. But when it's 80s in the fall, you still get that nice like northern breeze and it feels so good. I had the windows open today when I was cleaning. I tell you what though, I am not looking forward to the time change. I get so like that seasonal depression. Yes, Erie, isn't it amazing? Yeah, I can't spell Swarovski at all. Hey, Victoria. Yeah, sorry guys. I thought she was ending it. I feel bad now because I didn't want to hear the last part. I thought she was done. So now I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch whatever I missed. I love Tia. She is so amazing, and she brings so much awareness to the YouTube streets. Um, I just do. I adore her. I know. I can't believe Science Girl is still live too. She's been live for like I feel like all day almost. I know there was some crazy shit that happened last night too, but when I heard about the Jared Leisek, however you 11 hours, Jesus, um, about the Jared Leisek stuff and the charges he was being brought in on, um, and just the context of the emails when I read them and oh, heard about the familyness, and a lot of people think it's just like certain religions that hide that abuse and stuff, but it's not. My family wasn't religious at all in certain ways. Um, it was just disgusting. It is. It's just, it's so fucking sick that families still hide and protect their abusers. Hey, Aesop. Love you, sweetheart. 11 hours. Good Lord. I think my husband would literally come and shut the laptop if I went live that long. He was shocked the one night when I think we were on there like for 5 hours. He was like, "Oh my God." I was like, "Shut up. It wasn't like supposed to happen that way, but it just happens that way when you're talking." Yeah, it is. It's disgusting, right, Victoria? But that's why I just is this is a thing that I don't see a lot of people talk about. And like I said earlier, I give huge props to Rabbit for talking about it because yeah, my husband's name is Jared too. So guys, just if you hear me talk about that Jared, it's not the same Jared that's been indicted on charges. God, um, but it's it's crazy. Um, I don't feel like enough content creators talk about this kind of stuff, and that's where it kind of perpetuates that forever hiding the abuse and keeping secrets. And we have to talk about it if things are ever going to change, if people are ever going to know that this kind of things happen, we have to bring awareness to it because people don't talk about it, and it's it's important. There are children and families going through this stuff every single day of their lives. Sorry, guys, I'm just shutting the fish tank lights off, and then I'm going to go back to the microphone. Trying to dim some of the lights out here so the kids don't see lights when they wake up. Because I swear, these children, if they see any lights, they like come rushing in like, "Oh, hey, it's morning time." It's like, no, it's not. Go back to sleep. Nothing to see here. Okay, let me turn my light on. Ooh, too bright. I love this webcam I got because it's got like uh, it's got the ring light built in on it. It's kind of cool. So I don't have to have like two devices set up. Yeah, I felt bad for Science Girl. She didn't deserve to be treated like that in Michelle's. Um, yeah, exactly, Care Bear. It's very important to tell our children. All right, let me switch my sound over. Damn it. I think my lip.
Oh my God, I've been sitting here talking. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Can y'all hear me now? Oh my God. I'm just. Okay, now we can try that again. Apparently, Science Girl was invited over to Michelle's panel yesterday, and then one of her mods or something completely doxed her out. And I guess they were saying that like they were being completely horrible to Science Girl in the chat, and I don't understand what prompted it because Science Girls try to be really nice to Michelle. It's just crazy, just so much bullshit. I guess Science Girl's probably still mad about that. I don't know. I tuned into her yesterday after the doxing happened, and then I went in there for a little bit today, but I'm just exhausted with the Michelle shit. I just feel like people have just got to stop talking to her and just come on, everybody. We know she's got mental illness, and part of it is, like building these relationships and then crash and burning these relationships. Yeah, that's what they were saying is the mod actually turned out to be the Lithuanian chick, but I don't know if I believe all that. I don't know. I'm not trying to get up all into this crazy chaos that's going on. Um, I don't know. I'm over all the drama. So, yeah, I can't watch from the show really either. Yeah, Juliet, I saw you in there. There's just, there's so much going on. I don't understand this doxing people game that people are playing. It's disgusting. So yeah, for everybody coming in, Jared Leisek, I think is how you say his last name. He's with AWP. They're the group that found Kylie Rodney. Oh my God, Robin having a breakdown too and everything. Gosh. But Jared Leisek is being indicted on child rape charges. I'm so happy to have you in here, Juliet. I'm blessed to have all of you. I'm very grateful that you guys actually want to hear me talk. I know smacking. I promise I won't do any Molly. I very, very promise. I'm just starving. So I'm like, Twizzlers. I've been on a Twizzler kick lately. Not the cherry ones, though. I do not like the cherry ones. It has to be strawberry. Wait a minute. Who am I? And the breast. I can't even act fucked up. This was her eyes when she was fucking popping that handful of pills. I don't even think I can get my eyes open that much. Oh my God. Y'all, if you ever see me turn on this camera and I am like, you better fucking come here and just slap the shit out of me. Hey, I got a twin, Juliet. Juliet's my Twizzler twin. Oh, I cannot eat those Walmart sugar cookies. They're just way too sweet. Yeah, Tia. One of Michelle's mods put out all of Science Girl's info, and Science Girl was like, I've already put out all this fucking information before, but I guess it was a long time ago or whatever that she had put all that out. I don't know. It's so hard to keep up with all the chaos, but I guess they're like trying to say that mod is actually the Lithuanian Lolita chick that caused Michelle to like break down and cry about her deceased baby. So I don't know if it's true, if she really is. I don't know. But basically, it leads back to the MGL shit. Yeah, like Stranger said. See, I've actually never tried the Red Vines Care Bear. Yeah, if I'm trying to stay awake, like, I'm a candy person. Aw. Tell her I will send her some. You guys don't have Twizzlers in Japan? I couldn't do it. I could not live overseas without my American snacks. Yeah, that's what everybody was saying last night when I tuned in, is that like she was the same girl. Science Girl like pulled up oh my gosh, like Photoshop, and she was like comparing the photos side by side. Yeah, it's weird. I will send you guys some Twizzlers when I send the care package, stranger. tell Elle it will be like a birthday present. Yes, brush and floss. Make sure you brush and floss, especially after Twizzlers. They get stuck in every crevice. So, oh, she did more? Gosh, I'm way behind. I don't know how I'll be able to ever catch up with the Science Girl. She's been live for 11 hours. I don't think I'll ever be able to catch up with what's going on. So, but yes, Jared Leisek, of AWP, they're the ones that found, oh my gosh, Kylie Rodney. And they kind of they were already really big on YouTube, but because they got involved with the Kylie Rodney stuff and they found her, they blew up even more. And then they also had their like foul play opinion. They thought that it could be foul play. They said that things were kind of suspicious the way they found her. Like literally, as soon as he came out of the water, he was like, something's wrong here. This doesn't look right. And he was like, call the cops or whatever. Sorry, guys. And so basically, once that happened, you know, all these videos are going out everywhere. And this woman, she's seen all these videos, and she clicked on one, and it was, as she said in the emails, like everybody's calling her childhood rapist a hero. And she wrote him an email, which I had read at the beginning. So if you guys go back or whatever, you guys can see the emails. She wrote emails back and forth to him, and it was with the company email. And he admitted to everything. So all these people that have been, you know, freaking out and talking about, oh, you don't know what's happened, you don't know this, you don't know that. He literally admitted to it in the emails. There's no denying it. So what is everybody up in arms about? Like, if anything, they should be up in arms about him. The fact is he's trying to make it seem like he was a child, messing with a child, but he was 16 to 17 years old. And that's exactly what the indictment says too. Which I can read the indictment again if anybody wants to see the actual state indictment by the Utah deputy attorney. Just let me know and I can read it again. Exactly, Erie. Basically, when he admitted things, he just kept brushing it off like, well, I said sorry, and you didn't accept my apology the first time. So she was, here, let me read the, okay, so warning, trigger warning, which of course I have it already going on, but it is graphic. So if anybody doesn't want to hear about child SA, just click out and come back a little later or whatever. But that's kind of about what this video is. So I just wanted to give a trigger warning because the indictment is very graphic. Okay, let me put on my, let me share my screen. Okay, guys. So this is the indictment. It's State of Utah versus Jared Leisek, and the statement of probable cause. The defendant and the victim are cousins. In 1992, the victim was between 9 and 10 years old. The defendant is 7 years older than the victim. Just before November 1st, 1992, the victim lived in Ephraim, which is located in Sanpete County. About this time, the defendant and the victim were in the victim's bedroom when the defendant pinned the victim to the ground, pulled her underwear down, and put his penis in her vagina. During another incident that same year, the defendant and victim were at their grandparents' house in Manti when the defendant laid on top of the victim and put his penis in her vagina. This information was obtained from the following witnesses: Detective Corey Devin Cribbs of Ephraim City. And that was dated November 3rd of 2022. So, she was young, and he was old enough to know better. Cycle of abuse or not, you still know in your mind what's right or wrong. Exactly. He knew better. And I don't know. Do you guys want me to read the email again, stranger? I can. Tia, Victoria, Aesop. I know you guys missed the email at the very beginning. I can read them again, though, so I can catch you guys up with it. Just let me know. I can read them. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to crinkle. It is kind of a weird indictment. It's very graphic. Okay, let me pull up the emails. Give me just a second. Now, these emails are very triggering, but wow, for her to come out and put these emails out there, gosh, I feel like I zoomed in on myself. Got a little too close there. I cannot see. I'm really supposed to wear glasses, especially when I read. But they can be very triggering, and very upsetting because he's a fucking piece of shit in the emails too. So let me share my screen. This one, yeah, it's a piercing. My husband did not want me to get it, but guess what? I got it because you don't tell me what to do. I love it though. Okay. Let me pull it up here. There's a. Okay, so this is the first one. It's dated February 4th. And these are all from this year. And it says, do you feel better as a person doing things like this? Does this make you feel like less of a child molesting monster parading around in human skin? There is no forgiveness for what you did to me in my home in Utah, Grandma and Grandpa's house in Las Vegas, and right above Grandma and Grandpa's head in their very own truck. The rest of the family is just about as much to blame as you because they didn't turn you in when they knew better. And I was just a child and did not know better. And yet you're still welcomed at family get-togethers or like my grandfather's funeral, the whole while in the parking lot getting ready to get out of the car and attend. I see your face and became so violently ill I couldn't even attend. I had to drive down the street to ZVS and watch it all via Zoom. All these people may be calling you a hero and saying that you're doing such great things, but we both know the truth about you, and you're obviously not ashamed of your past. But I also am not ashamed of my past, and I have a voice, and I use it as much as I possibly can. Your secrets are not hidden. Which, for her to write this email, gosh, I give her so much, just wow. She is so brave. That had to take so much guts to write that email. And so this was his response. I am so very sorry for the things that we cannot change. It is unfortunate that the Leisek and Juhas lineage experienced the shit that you, I, and many of the other cousins were brought into. Like yourself, I was once a victim by multiple people, both in and out of the family. It's unfortunate when families like ours experience, let me go to the second one. Experience molestation. Many of cousins got together to acknowledge what had happened in our youth and made a pact to put an end to it and to protect our children from anything like that ever happening to them. I have myself tried to apologize to you and to have an open conversation with you about it, to answer any questions you may have. The first time that I apologized to you, I am sorry for the way that it was handled, for I was under the impression that your mother knew and that I felt it was appropriate at the time to have the conversation with both of you. I did not mean to embarrass you or to catch you off guard. The second time that I tried was not to clear my own conscience, but to help you heal and help with any struggles you may have been having, as many of us had to learn how to overcome and move forward. You essentially told me to go fuck myself and told me how I had embarrassed you the first time around. I am sorry. My understanding is that other cousins also have tried to have the same conversations with you. We are now all adults, and it is healthy for us to acknowledge and address those unfortunate circumstances from our past in our child and adolescent years. God, I fucking hate this dude. While there is a lot of shit that has happened throughout my own life personally, from molestation, abandonment, growing up in foster care, and any other shit along the way, I would not change a thing, for it has made me who I am today. I cannot apologize for others for anything that has happened to you in your life, but I have done my best to acknowledge directly with you my own mistakes. I hold no secrets as to this with my own parents, with grandma and grandpa, with your mother, aunt blank and blank, my own wife, and my children. I have even discussed publicly about my situation and the unfortunate shit that has happened within families. Do we pinpoint it to the Leisek and Juhaz lineage, or do we pinpoint it to Mormonism? I do not have an answer. There is no way for me to understand the hatred and resentment that you must have for me over 3 decades later. I heard about your driving into the cemetery a few weeks later. Trust me, had I known that you had a desire to be there and that I was the only reason keeping you away, I would have 100% given up my time to do what I could to avoid the ceremony so that you would feel comfortable and have your time with Grandma and the rest of the family. It is your decision and your choice if you ever want to accept my apology. I have made peace in my life with all things bad, including this situation. If you ever want to discuss, I am always available to have that conversation with you either in person or over the phone. Sincerely, Jared. God, he makes my blood boil. Yeah, exactly. Fucking gaslighter. Unfortunately, and this is her writing back to him, and this is all through company email, the support email. So everybody can see it that has access to the support email. And he directly admits everything. And so this is her response to that email. Unfortunately, your desire to have a 46-year-old male live the mistakes of a 12-year-old. Wait, 1 second. I think I skipped the other one. Okay, so sincerely, Jared. Which one did I skip? Sorry, guys. Okay, so sorry. This was her response. If you truly want to apologize, then pay for your actions. Walk into a police station with me and confess your actions, and get it on record and have yourself registered as the sex offender that you are. My only regret in life was not being as open about you and your abuse to anyone and everyone who would listen like I am now, and turning you into the police like you should have been. I don't understand how you can try and get me to sympathize with you and your past issues. Not at all. It angers me twice as much to know that not only did you know firsthand the torture you were inflicting upon me because you experienced it yourself. That makes you an even bigger monster than I have had pictured in my mind. Absolutely disgusting. You're an emotional vampire. I noticed all the therapy terms you used in your message. Typical narcissism at its best. How somebody could ever come to peace with damaging such a young, innocent human being is beyond me, proof of a completely broken mind, assuming that there would be any kind of peace after those types of actions, or that peace should even be deserved. You are a pedophile. Do not act like You were not old enough to know what you were doing to me during the ages that you were. You could have been tried as an adult at that age, and you should have been. And as to the comments about my life and things that have happened to me, I don't know who or why you're even discussing me with, but I can guarantee you that nobody really knows anything because just like your situation, I've kept my mouth shut until recently. And I don't talk to any of the family despite what other, as you say, cousins have come to you and said. So be a real man and turn yourself in and pay for your crimes, or continue to be the small, sad mental midget that couldn't keep his libido under control and blames it on his past. Fucking man. I love this chick. Like, I love her strength. And God, I can feel her hurt. And to be able to write this to your abuser and address them like this is amazing and takes a lot of guts. Okay, so let me get his response to that one. Okay, so so this was his response to that. Unfortunately, your desire to have a 46-year-old male live the mistakes of a 12-year-old simply is not realistic. Thank God we are not forever judged for our actions as youth, and I'm grateful that many of us cousins acknowledged and stopped these sins which happened to us and those sins we once committed as a result of grooming. It is healthy for you to now be open and talk about the past. You, as a full-grown woman in your early 40s, are to be commended for facing and standing up to those actions which happened to you in your past. Spread awareness and stop the cycle as we cousins within the family have for our own children and grandchildren. Protect your own children and grandchildren as we have to help the world become a better place. Fucking dickhead. We live in a society that acknowledges the mistakes made in the past, accepting those who have proven to change. My life holds no secrets, and everyone in my office feels your pain and has seen this email string, for I don't filter my own emails. They know me for the man that I am, and not the mistakes of a 12-year-old who learned to recognize the cycle and break the cycle as many of us cousins did. You are younger and not yet ready to accept my apology and recognize the steps we made for future generations to protect them. I hope you can one day find forgiveness and peace. Feel free to have any last words, for I will not respond to any further attacks as to my character today based upon those actions as a youth. Should you desire a healthy adult conversation as to the past, I'm open to helping you through the acceptance and growth that many of us faced and have dealt with. Okay, this fucking email here erases any apology, any fucking thing this motherfucker could say. How narcissistic and just disgusting is this email? Okay, and so here's the rest of it. If you have not done so already, I may suggest reaching out to blank and lean on her for guidance as one closer to your age who within the family has gone through this with us. I'm not sure your relationship with Aunt blank or your mother, but I'd suggest leaning on them as well, for they experienced much of the same in their own youth. Sincerely, Jared. And so it makes a note under here. It says the person that he refers to as blank would be my cousin blank and one of his previous victims prior to me. He referred me to her so that way she could help me learn how to forgive him. Not to mention, unprovoked by me, she contacted me a few days after these emails happened and has tried to convince me but all of this is not as bad as I see it. Ain't that some fucking shit? He's gathering up family members to, help her realize that we all went through this. It's okay. So this is her response to that email. And this one is pretty graphic, so just a warning. Let's do some math here. I was 9 or 10 when living in Utah, and you forced me to have sex with you on my bathroom floor upstairs. You are 6 or so years older than me. That makes you older than 12. In Las Vegas at Grandma and Grandpa's house, you were living there, and you had your own car, a Volkswagen Beetle, and was driving it when it ran. So please stop making it a young child during the time you were molesting me. Maybe you started that young with the others. But as you are not willing to face your wrongdoing in a proper fashion, then that is on you and you alone. Anyone who supports you and your sick, delusional fantasy of forgiving yourself for the pain and suffering you caused and willingly and knowingly caused not only a child, but your own family member. But I do appreciate your admitting it all in writing. And then this motherfucker's last email to her was, "You're welcome. I hope it helps in your healing process, Jared." What a fucking piece of shit. And then this is some context. Apparently, this was all like posted in a survivor group, which everything was kind of blurred out. But this was her. She had made this post in there. And she says, please beware. I had no idea until recently when I had the unfortunate chance of coming across a video of my childhood rapist, Jared Leisek, my cousin, yes, my own flesh and blood. And I wasn't his only family victim. And honestly, who knows how many others there are out there that aren't part of our family. Due to his diving group, Adventures with Purpose, this man is regarded as a hero and an angel, and he is invited into people's homes with welcome, loving arms. He has been through the systems, CPS, the Mormon Church, therapies, and so many more, as you'll be able to tell from his writing. But I do know for a fact that he did not start with me, and he didn't stop with me either. He, at one point, like you, will read, and he did verbally admit to my mother, blank, that he had molested me. Obviously skimming over the more horrific parts, like his attempted sodomizing of her daughter directly above her, my grandfather and my grandmother's heads, by the way, and the fact that at the age of 9 to 10, he gave me a yeast infection from raping me, and I had no idea, so I had to go through the trauma of my mother and my grandmother finding white stuff in my panties and treating me horribly and questioning me and punishing me for the problem. When he told her, she started to cry, hugged him, and told him that she forgave him. She never turned him into the police, and I never got any form of help or anybody to talk to about it. We went out to go travel on the carnival, which made me unable to be anywhere for more than a week, which meant that I couldn't say anything to anyone. My own mother protected him and never even talked to me about it other than to tell me she had been blank and her story was worse than mine. He finally admitted it in writing because he and the family are all very sure that the statutes of limitations have passed and he's safe, so he can. But just so you're aware and can keep your daughter safe, be very careful around this man. His business is in something, Oregon. I can't read the rest. It's cut off. How fucking horrendous, guys. Like, horrendous. It makes me sick to my stomach. It does. And his emails are literally just, oh, well, it happened to all of us. Get over it. It's fucking sick, dude. Like, oh, when I first read these, I just saw red. I was just raging. And honestly, it's made me realize that I could probably still go after my abuser, because I thought it was too late for me to go after him. I'm not sure what the statutes are in Florida, but I've thought about it, because that's all anybody ever did was shut me down and ignore me because they wanted to protect him, my abuser. Um, and so, my story basically, um, I'll probably go a little bit more into details about it in another video. But I was first molested at 11 years old. Um, and this all happened. My mother got married to a guy, ripped me away from my father, and she moved us from up north all the way down to Florida on a whim, and brought us down to complete poverty. Had no fucking money out down there. It was horrible. And one of the people that she found to move in with was an older perverted man. And the way like his like setup was on his property was he had built like this huge building that was basically like just like a huge room, and it had like AC and everything connected to it, and then in the back of that was an actual trailer, but this trailer was fucking decrepit. The floors were falling out. You could see outside in spots of the trailer. It didn't have any air conditioning. It was it was awful. But it was a place to live, and it was better than a tent, which we had been living in a tent before then. So we moved in there, and right away I kind of got the heebie-jeebies because my mom's like all up on this dude, and he's like a total fucking pervert, and he's filling up on her boobs and kissing him, and just disgusting. I instantly just got like gross vibes. And I remember like anytime my mom would be around him and he'd like grab up on her and kiss on her, he'd always slip her some money. And I have really bad asthma. I've always had really bad asthma. And my mom told me, to go sleep in there with, LT is what his name was. And I kid you not, this dude was like fucking 80 years old, fucking disgusting. And because the whole excuse was, oh, there's AC in here, so it's better for your asthma, so you can breathe. And at first, it wasn't a whole lot. It was just like, okay, you're too close to me, like, go away. And it was just so fucking weird. And then eventually it got worse. And I remember waking up, and like I wanted it to be a dream, but it wasn't a dream. And I just remember this disgusting motherfucker just going, oh, well, I guess I found out you're a virgin today. Yeah, I was 11 years old. 11 fucking years old. And so when I came inside that morning, I had blood all over my nightgown. And I remember my mom making some joke like, oh, did you start your period or some shit? And I was just like, oh, like freaking out. Because I didn't know what it was. She knew what it was. She should have known what it was. But Who sends their fucking daughter to go sleep in a random bed's man, like a random man's bed, you know? And thankfully, he never fully raped me. Um, he just touched me, molested me. Um, but he did do things to my sister who was older. And, like, we, he gave my mom a car, and we ended up getting away without paying rent. And he would try to take us shopping. And we did tell my mom. Still to this day, she says we never told her, but we told her a lot. Um, that's one of the hardest things I have, because I feel like, we were handed over on a silver fucking platter to him. Um, I would never, 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 ever fucking put one of my children, boy, girl, it doesn't matter, into a stranger's bed. Ever. So, that was the first incident. And just, the way it was downplayed, it it taught me, like, that, in my mind as a child, I'm thinking, okay, well, it's no big deal, because you know here this dude is, he's also filling up all over my mom, you know and we told her, but we have a place to live. And as a child, you're not necessarily told, like, okay, like, you have to do this or you don't get this, but you figure it out as a kid. And I did. I was like, okay, well, I felt like I had to be quiet and deal with this. And this was during, like, a time too where we barely had any money. Um, we got our food from food pantries, churches, and it was awful. And it caused me and my sister to be very sexually curious, to look at things that were not appropriate. And it was, it put me in a very confused mindset, because I really was very, like, innocent before then. And at least in that sense, in the sexual sense. And I didn't really understood what happened to me. And, but I just seen, like, okay, well, it must be okay, because my mom keeps sending me in there to him. Um, she keeps sending my sister to him. And, still to this day, she says we never fucking told her. And, that, yeah, I didn't know that the statue was eliminated, but he died, like, gosh, probably 20 something years ago. He really was. He was like an 80 something year old man. He was fucking disgusting. But he had all these fucking, oh, I didn't know that there's no statue for that. Well, we'll get to that. It's something else I really want to do. I have thought about looking into, because I hate the fact that I know that the man that ended up my abuser that's still running around, I know that he did a lot of other things to other people. So once we ended up, it was horrible there. And like, you see this person doing these things, and it's confusing, because you're like, okay, well, in your mind, you're like, okay, I got to let this happen so we can have, like, a place to live, or we can have food. Mom got a car from him. And it's like, no one's telling you these things, but as a child, you're not stupid, and it was kind of like that. Well, hush, hush, like, or we're not going to have a place to live. Even though she says we never told her. Yeah, we told her, and she told us we were lying. She didn't believe us. So, but that's 20 years later. That never happened. And that's one of the hardest things with my mom, is because she doesn't ever admit to anything that happened in our childhood. And I feel like we could do a lot more healing if she would actually admit to what happened in our childhood. Instead of all we ever fucking hear from her is, I did the best I could. Well, the best you could fucking sucked. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a fucking excuse. Thank you guys. Oh, hi, Gucci Mama. Welcome. Hi, Erie. Thank you, Erie. Sorry, not hi. I know you've been in here. Thank you, though, Erie. Um, but it's just like you understand. Yeah, yeah, exactly, stranger. Um, it was just disgusting just thinking about it. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna switch over really quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay, can y'all hear me okay? I know I got AirPods in, but I need a cigarette after that. I'm sorry, guys. It's um. Oh, thank you, Gucci Mama. I'm telling you, we all have a lot of common, um, and I think that's why a lot of us have bonded together because oh shit, I almost tripped over my laptop charger. That's all I needed to break an ankle. I don't know what these kids would do. Y'all are gonna hear a big crash and me on the floor. And then you'll hear all the kids go, Mama, you okay? What happened? It is. It is very exhausting, Gucci Mama, because you have the reasons that you are the way you are with certain things, and I'm really paranoid with the things that happened to me. Like I never, anybody I was ever dating, um, I didn't let them around my daughter because it was just me and my daughter for the longest time, my oldest. And then, of course, when I met my husband, we had three more kiddos. But for the longest time, it was just me and her. And I never let anybody around her that I dated. There was one person, and I had dated him on and off for a couple of years. And I only left her with him like one time, and it was like minute. And the whole time I was like calling, and it was a few minutes because no matter what, it's like you can't get out of your head um, the what if. And I truly believe that everything I experienced in my childhood really um, fucked my head up because I didn't understand what sex was. Like I thought sex equal loved. And so like I would hook up with people and like I just used sex as a tool and I got very promiscuous, which whatever, I don't care what people say. Hey, whatever you want to do as a grown woman, that's your choice. But it was very confusing because I'd get into these lustful type situations And then all of a sudden, I'm like, okay, well, I love this person. No, I didn't love them. It was just sex, but it was so fucking confusing. And then, like, I had decided when I was younger that I was bisexual. I had like a girlfriend when I was younger, and this is during a time like um, after I had actually had my oldest daughter. I decided like, okay, I'm bisexual. It just made me so confused, and that confusion went on into adulthood. And it took a while for me to kind of find my worth. And yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, Gucci Mama, because I was the same way. It's fucking so scary, but I fear for my boys too, because it's even more hidden when it comes to boys. Um, it is fucking scary, and I swear to God, I can always pick up on those creeps. You can see it in their eyes, Gucci Mama, you're right. You can just fucking see it. You can see the way somebody looks at your child. And there's been so many times where we've been out and about somewhere and I'll see somebody looking at like my youngest daughter or my oldest daughter, and like I put them behind me or to the side or I pull them away because I can just fucking read his creepy fucking eyes and thoughts. And oh, it's just yeah, it's rough when you have kids because it's hard not to be overprotective of them. And I feel like it's just nobody wants to talk about these things because these aren't the things that get, clicks and views, but these are the things that happen every day to our children. And it gets hidden in family circles and people find out about it. And um, it's it's awful. And when I finally got old enough, I got the fuck away from all of those motherfuckers as soon as I could because that whole family put me through hell. Because we moved down to Florida to be like near one of my mom's cousins, and they ended up being just an awful fucking druggy, money hungry person, and then ended up kicking us out, and we lived in a fucking tent, dude. And I'll never forget what it was like fucking sleeping on an air mattress and all these fucking Florida bugs coming in our tent. And then we had a hurricane and our tent flooded and it flooded all of my things. Like the only thing I really love, Jesus, y'all hear that? That was a fucking gunshot, I think. I swear I don't live in the hood. Fucking sure sounds like it. Um, it was like the only thing I really cherished as a kiddo was my science books that I had and my Harry Potter books. And all of it got ruined when our tent flooded. And it was just like, it was horrible. And to be put in this situation by my mother, who thought it was a good idea to rip me away from my father and my father's family, which I was very, very, very close to. My dad's sister, who I consider like a second mom to me, I was always over at her house and hanging out with them and just, they were always such a completely different family than my family, than my mom's family. But she couldn't wait to rip me away from it. And once we got down there, then my mom's brother came down with his wife and all of her kids. And um, then not too long after that, my mom's sister came with my abuser, her fiance, and then her husband. I guess they ended up getting married or whatever. They're divorced now. But it was, the whole family show, and all of us cousins were dealing with abuse, and it caused us all to be hypersexualized. But it's you know, oh, I'm okay, Erie. I just, yeah. It's a hard topic, but it's been a lot of years, and it's important to talk about because too many people hide it, and on the outside looking in, you wouldn't have known it. Like you would not have seen me and been like, this is a child that's going through this currently or that currently. But there were signs. My teachers could have reported things. My friends could have reported things. But it was so, like, such an okay topic. Even one of my close friends at the time was being abused by his cousin. And so when you're growing up in this kind of environment, that you do think it's okay. And I didn't have a father figure or any of my other family around that could pick up on the trauma I was going through or anything. Oh, thank you guys. Kiss May, thank you, stranger. Y'all are amazing. Um, Let me switch over audio here.
Okay, and I'm not on mute now. I do. I appreciate you guys hanging in with me because I know it's not an easy topic. Um, it is. It's hard to talk about, but it's important to talk about. So, um, yeah, maybe Gucci. I hope that a lot more people start talking about the cycles of abuse and the things that happen with families hiding stuff. Um, so, Care Bear, I'll get into that one. Um, my dad had a lot of stuff going on in his life at the time. Um, and my mom didn't really let me communicate with him much. She just kind of kept us hidden away. And I didn't have a lot of contact with that side of the family because anytime I did talk to them, I kept telling them that I wanted to leave. I wanted to come live with them. And my mom hated it. She fucking hated it because I'd always be like, I want to live with my dad. I want to live with my dad. I hate you. Like, I hate this. And so when we lived in that trailer that was falling apart and everything, um, my mom was working at some place, and we ended up being able to move into a nicer trailer. And we were there for a few months. This was the other thing that sucked, which I think also ties into realizing things that could be happening to children is when you see them moving all the time, because we moved all the fucking time. But we moved into a little bit nicer trailer, and my mom ended up bringing over like this woman and her fiance. And I remember the first time he looked at me, it was really creepy. Um, like I just kept feeling his eyes on me. Um, but they were like a little couple friend for my mom and my mom's husband at the time. And we'd go over to their house and hang out with this lady's kids, which her kids were all really young. And we would actually even, me and my sister would go over there and babysit them sometimes. And eventually it came out that they had split up. Yes, Gucci. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm actually from the Chicago area too. I'm from Hammond. So I'm sure you know where that is. Thank you, Victoria, sweetheart. I love you guys so much. Aesop, thank you. You guys are amazing. You really are. But what happened was it came out, I guess his name was Tony. He was being accused of touching this woman's children. Of course, it was being investigated, but nothing was able to be proved. So the charges were dropped. And guess what? My mom decided she was leaving her husband and she was going to start a relationship with this man that had just been accused of child molestation. Yes, Gucci. So, yeah, like, how can that be your best? How can you put your children in that type of situation and say that was the best you did? And so, of course, as time went on, things started happening. Eventually, um, he really groomed me. He completely fucked my mind over. Um, I can't even explain exactly how deep the grooming went, but I literally felt like I had nobody. He made it worse with my mom. Like he would put all these things in my mind about my mom and how bad she was. And he would create these little fantasies that we would go run away and live in peace together, and I don't have a father. I'm young. I don't have anybody. It was so confusing. And I'm like, okay, well, this is love. This is what love is. So he loves me. Um, but make sure you don't tell anybody, type shit. And the abuse went on for about a year. And I remember we were going through, I forgot which hurricane it was. Uh, but I remember that my mom had lit a candle and it was hazelnut vanilla. And it made me sick to my stomach. I got so nauseous. I was just, oh my God, what is this? And I didn't have a period. Um, and I was in denial because I didn't really understand what was going on. It's like part of me knew, but then I was just like, there's no way, because this man had also always told everybody that he was unable to have children. So I started getting really freaked out and I wouldn't let him touch me anymore. Um, and then one day he thought he was being funny, but he wasn't. I think he truly meant it. And I told him that, I thought I was possibly pregnant. And he's like, I can punch you in the stomach really hard right now. And around that time, he started fighting with my mom and made an excuse to start seeing another woman that had children, of course, because that was his MO. He would go from, one single mom to another single mom to another single mom. And I was big. Like I had a big old belly. And I would hide it in really baggy clothes. And I had actually even started borrowing some of my mom's clothes. And, I know she knew. How could you not? She knew. She knew a lot of what was going on. There's things that she would say, that he would say, and she would constantly send me over the road with him because he was a truck driver, and he would always take me on his loads. Um, I'm sorry, Gucci. Please, if you need to, take a break. I know this is really triggering. Anybody, if you need a break, just, yeah, please feel free. Um, it is. It's awful. It's disgusting. But I'd be across America with him, all over. And so I was alone with him so much, and he filled my head with so much shit. And that's what people don't understand is the grooming. That's what fucks you up. The shit that these motherfuckers put in your head. That's what fucks you up. It's not so much the physical, it's the mental. And he fucking fucked my head up so bad. And I really thought I didn't have anybody. I didn't have a dad. I didn't have my dad's family. Here I am stuck in this fucking, horrible country area. It was literally fucking old boy town. I fucking hated living out there. Thank you guys. I do. I love you guys. I really do. But when it all happened, like we would go to like family functions and stuff, and around Thanksgiving, because I got pregnant. I believe it was that July of 2004, and that Thanksgiving, I had a big old belly, and my family members were like commenting on it and shit. And my aunt, the narcissistic one, who's a fucking sociopathic bitch, she thought it was funny to talk about how I looked pregnant and ha 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 ha. And, it was just a big joke of the family. And not too long after that is when he split from my mom. And I don't know why, but I guess my mom finally was like, oh, I think something's going on, which I fucking know she knew. And my sister had actually caught him at one point, and of course my sister asked me about it, and I was just like, no, it wasn't anything. It wasn't anything. But like she told, my family, and of course I'm just like, no. But as a parent, like, you should fucking know better. And she did know better. They would do all kinds of weird fucking shit. Like leave the bedroom door open when they were having sex. So like I'm a kid walking out of my room and bam, there's their bedroom door open. It was fucking sick. And she ended up finding my diary where I talked about things. And she was like, she called me in the room or whatever, and she's like, are you pregnant? And I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, let me feel your belly or whatever. And she felt my belly. And of course, she freaked out, started crying, blah, blah. Of course, called all of her sister over, my uncle's wife. It just became a huge drama scene. And my mom made it about her, of course. Oh, another man I couldn't trust. Another man I loved that broke my trust. That was supposed to be my baby. That was supposed to be my baby. It was awful. They ended up taking me to the ER, and they did an ultrasound. And I'll never forget hearing the ultrasounds talk about me. Of course, they thought I couldn't hear, but they were just talking about my age and just being awful. And I'm just like, I didn't know what the hell was going on. And so they do the ultrasound. And as soon as I heard her heartbeat, I just started crying. And I just knew like that was my baby. I didn't care about anything. Like, that's my baby. That's my life. And I just knew I needed to protect her. I actually thought it was a boy for the longest time. But then I found out it was a girl. And I was just, I just wanted to protect her. And my mom, of course, was like, "Oh, can we do abortion?" Of course, it was way too far gone for abortion because I was about 6 months at that time, I believe. Let's see, she's eight. Uh, Maybe 5 months, something like that. And then they were like trying to push me to do adoption, and I was like, "No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to sit there and worry about my child being out there." And I give props to anybody that chooses adoption because that is one of the most giving and selfless things you could ever, ever, ever do. But I couldn't do it. I know that it would drive me crazy for the rest of my life wondering about that baby that's out there somewhere. And so then it turned into, well, if this is going to be your baby, you better know that you're going to raise this baby and I'm not going to take care of this baby for you. Basically treating me like I was a fucking floozy that went and got myself knocked up, okay? Not a victim. And they ended up, thankfully, I don't even think my mom did it, but the hospital contacted, I think, officers or whatever, and they did like a little sting operation and busted him for admitting it. Um, they also did DNA when my daughter was born. And I'll never forget the interrogation that the DA's office put me through. That was so, I didn't have anybody with me. No victims advocate, nothing. I am 13 years old, sitting in a fucking police room, and they're asking me some of the most horrific questions. And, like it's just another fucking day on the job for them. Nobody ever once offered me help. Nobody ever once offered me therapy. Nothing. But he was convicted of child rape, I think it was, and something else. And I think he was convicted to like 20 something years or whatever. But that was 2005 that he was actually convicted. And he actually just got out this year. So he served 17 years in prison. And that's always been one of the scariest things for me. Is like, what if he ever like tried to find me or contact my daughter? And I've already said it before. I would he'll never come near my family. Let's just put it that way. And my husband's already said he better not ever, ever, ever try to come near our daughter. But the worst part is my mom was still writing him in prison. She was still telling him how much she loved him. She sent him pictures of my daughter. It was fucking horrible. And the worst part about all that is probably about, stranger. Yeah. During, I want to say probably a couple months into when he started abusing me, raping me, however you want to say it, is I started trying to go to my aunt's house a lot more because I wanted to just get away. There was so much tension in our house too because my sister and him were constantly fighting. And I hated being around my mom because I feel like she had so much resentment and anger towards me because she knew. But instead of looking at it like, oh my God, I got to protect my child, is like she looked at me like I was her fucking competition. You know, it was sick. And so I started going and hanging out with my aunt at her house a lot more. No, she's not ASAP. I have a lot of issues with my mom. Yeah, Care Bear, I agree. Fucking, what is it called? Castrate them. Fucking definitely. No, my mom had my sister at 18 and then she had me at 22. So, I mean, not young like me. She fucking, I mean, she experienced a lot of trauma growing up too. She was molested, raped, things like that too. Um, but everything that happened to her, she turned around and let happen to her children. But she always says that hers was worse. Hers was worse. Hers was worse. It's always a fucking competition about whose trauma is the worst. And, well, like I started going over to my aunt's house more. And at the time, like who she was with, I considered him my uncle. And, he had been in my life since I was a young kid. He had been with her for a while. And I always looked at him like a second father. He was a fun, cool uncle. Um, and I got to go over there and hang out with my cousins. And the one night I was over there and hanging out with my cousins, and we were outside in a tent, and we were all just kind of playing around, having fun. And he went in the tent too, and we were all just laughing and giggling, having fun. And he handcuffed me, and I thought it was like giggly, fun, joking. And then he proceeded to molest me in front of my cousins, and then proceeded to army. And I remember thinking the whole time, like, what the fuck? In my fucking head, I'm just like, well, fuck, this must be what happens whenever a man loves you. Like this is, I guess this is what happens because this is what every man has done. And it was such a fucking mind fuck because I ran away from my home to my aunt's home for safety. And the same fucking thing happens. The same fucking thing happens in front of my cousins. And so I know, stranger. Just back then, as a child going through all that, it was very confusing. I didn't understand anything. And, when it all started coming out, I tried to, one of my friends, they actually knew what was going on. My friend called my mom and aunt and tried to tell him, look, your husband's messing around with Rayanne. And they brought it up to me and they all sat me down. It was my mom, her sister, and then my mom's brother's wife. And so it's, all three of them. And I think my grandma was there too, if I'm not mistaken. It was 3 or 4 of them and me. And all this shit had already come out about, Tony raping me and me being pregnant. And they started asking me, questions, and I'm fucking terrified. Um, I had already heard all this horrible things that people thought about me. And they were like, is this true? Is this true? And they were like, well, whose baby is it? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. And they're like, well, you told one of your friends that you don't know if the baby was going to come out white or black. And I didn't. Like, the honest to God, I didn't know if the baby was going to come out white or black because my uncle was a black man, and Tony, my mom's fiance, was a white man. And I had no fucking clue. And the whole time, my aunt is just going on about, you need to be sure because you're going to ruin my life. And you got to think about my daughter and my kids. And just on and on. And I'm talking, this shit went on for fucking hours. You're gonna ruin my life, this, that, just on and on and on, until I finally said I lied. I just fucked somebody. I just slept with somebody. I don't know who it was. And then they were okay with that answer. That's the answer they wanted. And oh yeah, they had kids. 3. They had 3 kids. Two my 2 boy cousins weren't actually his blood kids, but he raised them. I mean, like, he had literally been in my life since I was little. So yeah, he got away with it, and she knew. He admitted that she had walked in one time, walked in on what he was doing, and walked right back out. Because he freaked the fuck out. Like, he thought, like, oh my God, like, that's it. I'm going to jail, whatever. And, of course, my daughter came out, blonde hair, blue eyes. We had the DNA test and everything. It was proven to be Tony's. And that was one of the biggest things that actually put him in prison, was the DNA test. Because there's no refuting that. And my aunt's husband got away with it. And a few years ago, which this was the most fucked up part. And this is a whole family secret thing that I talk about. Like, this is the shit that families do to hide and cover up things because, oh gosh, we don't want the world to think we're this type of person or whatever. And he my aunt and them, they got a divorce, and she had messaged me out of the blue. Like, once I moved away from that area, I didn't talk to, like, none of them. Wanted nothing to do with none of them because they all called me whore. They said it was always my fault. They said that I groomed, like, I was never groomed, like, I seduced people, that I just went and threw myself at men. I was a whore. All kinds of shit that my own blood family members said about me. My blood, my flesh and blood did this to me. And she messaged me out of the blue when they got divorced. I think this was probably about maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And she's like, Ray, can I ask you a question? And I'm like, what? And she's like, did John really touch you? Did all that really happen? And I'm like, yeah, it did. And of course, it became about her. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. No wonder you fucking hate me. Blah, 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 blah. She's like, because my cousins finally admitted that they remembered the night that it happened because he did it in front of them. And they were old enough when all that was going on. They could have spoke up then. For years, they could have spoke up about it. But finally, when they're getting divorced, that's when she wants to bring up this shit. That's when she wants to talk about it because, she's not married to him anymore. So now she wants to dig up some dirt to throw at him. No, bitch, you fucking knew. You all fucking knew. You drilled me and drilled me until I changed my answer and gave y'all what you wanted to hear. And yeah, it was just the stupidest fucking conversation. And it pissed me off so fucking bad. Because here you come digging up all this shit. All these years later, you want to dig all this up and then you want to pretend like, I'm so sorry. I do love you. Meh, 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 meh. No, you treated me like I was fucking dirt beneath your foot and I was a whore. I was 13 years old. I had no idea what these fucking people were doing to me. And after that, I was literally so mind fucked. The two men in my life that are supposed to be family and father figures, especially my uncle, who had been in my life since I was a young kid. Young. I want to say I was probably 6, maybe, when they got together, and you've watched me grow up and you're attracted to it, like, oh, disgusting. But then, it's got to turn into a pity party for them. And it was horrendous because my mom would do the same shit. She would ask me horrible questions about details and just things like that. And, my husband, when he, found out about all this stuff, he's just like, I don't understand how you fucking still have a relationship with your mother. And the fucked up part is after all this shit happened, my mom still ended up moving in with me at the age of 16. Yes, Gucci. Yes, that's true. But yeah, because I dropped out of high school, got my GED, and I completed nursing aid classes. And at 16 years old, I was working full time, plus lots and lots of overtime at a nursing home. I had my own place and I had a car, which my dad did help me with my first car. But Jesus Christ, I think I fucking deserved it after all the shit I went through. Because once all it came out that I was pregnant and having a baby, my dad was furious. He wanted to kill people. And he packed me and my daughter up and he moved us back up north. And yeah, I, went to work. We had our own place, and I busted my ass day in and day out. I wasn't the best mom, but I tried really hard for the shit that I went through and things that I was, shown. I know I made a lot of mistakes as far as parenting and like punishments and things like that. Just that little soldier mentality. And if I could go back and change anything, it would be that, because I feel like I gave my daughter a lot of the anxiety she has, and I feel horrible about that. Like she has to live up to these standards that, I really should have never had for a child. Which, like I said earlier, we've been really good, like the past, I want to say like 6 years or so, 6-7 years. Things have been really good. And it sucks because when you look back and you see like, God dang, like I could have been a way better mom, or I should have never done that, or this and that. It sucks to admit you fucked up in parenting. It really does. But I've tried to make up. We've, done therapy. I've been through shit. And she knows I've had a really fucked up childhood. And unfortunately, she knows my mom. But she is an amazing, amazing, amazing child. And she saved my life. I think things could have went really bad if I didn't have somebody to cling on that actually was love. Like, she showed me what true love was. Because she was my whole heart. Thank you, Tia. I really, really do hope they all get their fucking karma someday. But the worst fucking part of it all is this motherfucker. Okay, he was a regional general manager or whatever it fucking called. Thank you, Gucci. I know. It's just hard when I look back at things because I'm like, I'm a much more patient and tolerant like mom now with my younger three than I was with her. And I just wish I had known some things, Thank you, Care Bear. No, I agree. And that's why I tell people, like, yeah, my story is kind of like, what the fuck? But it's made me who I am. And I wouldn't have my daughter if it weren't for things that happened. And I would never trade her for anything. Like, she's my whole world. And what's crazy is they used to threaten that they were going to tell her when she got older. They would call her a bastard. And that's why I got the fuck out of there as soon as I could, because I didn't want her to ever be around any of those fucking people, ever. Because I just knew. And it allowed me to really build my relationship with my dad back up too. And, she got to be really close with my dad too. Like, she had my dad as a father figure, and then she also had my dad's sister's husband, Jimmy. Rest his soul, rest my father's soul. They're both passed away now, but they were both amazing to her. And my dad, and then like my dad was just the best pawpaw there could have ever been. Yeah, exactly, Gucci. Like, it's been very hard because I feel like sometimes I've over protected her. Oh, thank you, Ari. I appreciate that. And Kisme, yes, I will make sure I like decompress or whatever. Really, guys, though, it's been a while, and I've processed a lot of this. I think when you have and that was one of the things that took a while is when you have a child that features a lot of the things that your rapist or the man that groomed you has. You're kind of faced with what happened every day, and so you kind of learn how to face it head on and deal with it. But it's hard. Um, but I love my daughter to just with everything she saved me. Yeah, I agree, Care Bear. That's definitely why she's very naive when it comes to a lot of things, because I kept her in a little bubble. I didn't want her to feel the things that I felt growing up, um I and that's what you're supposed to do as a parent. You're not supposed to fucking throw your kids out to the fucking wolves and go, oh, I did the best I could. Um, 1 second, y'all. Thank you, guys. Really, you guys.
I know this isn't an easy topic, um, but I feel like it's really important. Um, and this is what I'm talking about with the family secrets. My whole family knew, and they all tried to pass it off. I will definitely check that out, Victoria. I remember you saying that the other day too. Thank you, Gucci Mama. And you truly are welcome here anytime. Um, I am so blessed and amazed to have such an amazing community. And I want to continue doing topics and, talking about all the things that other people don't talk about because it's important. Uh, and just seeing those emails and hearing all that, it brought up so much because my abuser in Florida is literally walking around um, living it up. See, he was a regional manager of a fast food restaurant, and he hired nothing but teenage girls all the time. And it would always come out that he was sleeping with these teenage girls and fucking around with them. And it was a game for my aunt. She would always crack up and laugh and be like, look at my new jewelry. Every time she got a new piece of jewelry, it was because John was caught fucking somebody else. And, she thought it was okay, I guess, or funny. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get my other AirPod. She thought it was funny. She would literally brag about her new jewelry. Exactly, Gucci. Mom.
Sorry, guys. I'm not sure what happened with my audio. Okay, there we go. What the heck is going on here? There we go. I think I got it back going. Sorry, y'all. Like, what's going on there? No. Never mind. No, I changed my mind. Sorry, technical difficulties. I'm like, oh shit, wait, hang on.
Okay. Are we good now? There we go. For some reason, my AirPods will like fight the computer and my phone for connectivity. If I don't forget to turn off the Bluetooth on my phone, they'll fight for the to the death. So this man though, Care Bear, what do you mean? How old was I when it all happened? So I got pregnant at 13. So when I got pregnant, it had been happening for almost a year with my mom's fiance and with my aunt's husband. Had probably been like 6 or so months. So yeah, I was 12, about 12 when it all started. So it literally went from, yeah, they're both in Florida. Um, it all happened when I was in Florida. It was literally 11, 12, 13, and of course I got pregnant at 13 and had her at 14. And he is still out there, fucking young people. Hang on 1 second, guys. Can you guys hear me okay? Hang on, Zach. It's okay, baby. He has such bad night terrors. Hang on 1 second, guys. I may have to get him a glass of milk. The only way it calms him down. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, there we go, guys. Sorry about that. He has such bad night terrors. I hate it for him. Gosh, I wish Rogue would eat some of them damn crickets in her cage. Lazy lizard. She's like, I don't want to go chase after a mama. Feed them to me. Like, damn lazy dragons. But, yeah. So, after him and my aunt divorced, because let's see, this shit was kept in the family with my aunt, because I think that happened, they divorced, like, I want to say, like, 3 or 4 years ago. Um, so, like, estimate. So I was, like, say 28, 27, something like that. So you're talking, I was 13 when all of that went down. Like 15 years they kept this shit a secret? Over 15 years? And my cousins still have a relationship with him, even though they literally admitted that they were there the first time it happened and seen it. Yeah, it's just, it's fucking disgusting. And everybody in Florida, when it all came out again, do you know what they all said all over again? And I hated it, and my husband was pissed. it started all the rumors about how I was, a whore, and I, fucking, I guess, my vampirous ways at 13 years old to suck all these fucking grown men into my web. It's like, okay, just, just fucking. No, he's not. He was never charged because, like I told you guys, I said it. They basically got me to shut up about it, and he's still walking around. Everybody knows what he did. Um, he runs a couple restaurants actually. Still, I think he's like co-owner of some shit. Um, and it sucks because I've, yeah, exactly, Gucci. Like, that's fucking sick. They literally admit to, like, oh yeah, we all talked about how we were all, fucking doing this, but we're not going to do that to our own children or our grandchildren. It's like, okay, but that doesn't erase the shit you've done. It is, it's gross. And anytime this shit gets brought up, it's just always about, well, we went through this, and blah 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 blah. My trauma, my trauma, my trauma. Um, you know, I was never offered any type of therapy, and my sister would always act out. I actually went like suicidal at one point, where I tried to do things, and I was committed. I was banker acted for, I think, like a week, um, because I was crying out. I was crying out in so many different ways, and nobody cared. Nobody listened. It was awful. And this motherfucker, after he and my aunt divorced, he ended up getting with somebody super fucking young again. And I guess he's popped out a bunch of kids with her, and still constantly fools around with all these young people again. He's just disgusting. Just scum of the fucking earth. And they think it's funny to do things like, invite me to a chat on Messenger that he's fucking in. Like, oh yeah, that's real fucking funny. It's gross. So yeah, that's my story. Um, Pretty much the gist of it. Um, and yeah, I totally, the Jared thing, just reading those emails, it just reminded me just so much about how deep and how far family members will go to hide things. And I wish my sister was around because she's got an experience herself where she admitted things to my family, um, multiple family members, and they all told her that she was making it up too. It's just disgusting. And when me and my sister actually realized the things that we had gone through, it was just like, oh my God. It was really horrible. I feel like my chat's not loading right. Sorry, guys. I love you, stranger. I seen your message. If you have to go to your meeting, it's okay. Thank you for being here, though. Seriously, all you guys. Um, I appreciate it so much. Oh, you know what, Gucci? Huh. That is kind of suspicious. Thank you, Care Bear. It's made me stronger, and it's made me realize that I just want to protect our children. um, and I want to be an advocate. Um, oh my God! So his own sister has come out and said things too. Gosh, we may have to do a part two on him. I'm gonna have to dig deeper into that. But I wanted to offer to open up panel to anybody else that wanted to share their story. Please don't feel pressured. If you don't want to talk right now, it's okay. Um, if you want to talk at another time, just let me know. You can even submit your story anonymously and I can share it. I just want to be able to give, victims a platform to be able to speak out. And yeah, I've thought about pursuing charges, but then it's like in the back of my head, I still hear them as me being a child and them, oh, you're going to ruin, his daughter's life and you're going to ruin his kids' lives and this and that. And, I worry about the fact that what they all say about me. And it's just horrible. All I ever heard from them after I had my daughter was, oh, you're going to end up being, a fucking crackhead welfare mama with 6 kids. Yeah, well, I proved them wrong. I did what I had to do. I went to school. I was in nursing school. I need to, that is my ultimate goal is to go back. Sorry, guys, car driving by. But I handled business. And I didn't have no more kids until I was happily married. Well, we had a shotgun wedding for my oldest son. But I'm not embarrassed about that because I loved my husband and I would have married him anyways, whether we got pregnant or not. But he wanted to do it the right way. And he wanted to marry me. But if anybody wants to share anything, you are more than welcome to come up on panel. Um, I'll drop the link. You don't have to feel any pressure for anything. Um, but if you'd like to, you are more than welcome to come up and talk. And I'm so happy to have you in chat, Gucci Mama. Um, sorry, guys, doggies shaking.
Itching and shaking. Okay, go ahead, Care Bear. Take the link. I love. Gucci Mama, how did you find me? Are you from Tia's? Or I feel like I've seen you possibly before in other chats, but maybe I'm just not remembering all the way. Hello, love.
Hi. So when I was like 5 years old, my parents were still married, and my
Let's
dad
see.
had been
I'm
cheating
gonna
on my
turn my
mom.
volume up.
Can you hear me okay or
Hello?
no? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, I had to adjust my volume. There we go.
Well, I didn't have my speaker up either, sorry. So when I was about 5 years old, um,
Oh,
my
that's
mom,
awesome, Gucci Mama. I didn't know I was showing up in algorithms already. Yay! Sorry, go ahead, Care Bear.
it's okay. My mom found out that my father was having an affair.
Oh my
And,
goodness.
he would come home and like drunk and beat her all the time. And she was in the process of getting ready to leave him. But he ended up having an affair. My mom found out about it and they got a huge fight. Well, one night the lady came by our house. We lived in a trailer park, in a trailer that my parents were buying. My parents were young. My mom had me at 16, and she had all three of us girls by the time she was 21. And so my baby sister was only like 6 months old when this happened. So maybe I was 4. No, I was 5. I just turned 5. Um, but the lady kept coming by the trailer driving down our street and honking the horn. Excuse me. Sorry. And it woke up all us girls. And so it pissed my dad off because he had anger, like bad anger issues. And he made my mom go with him. Well, they didn't want to take us with them because we were, little kids. And so they took us across the street to the neighbor's house, to his trailer. And I had the biggest crush on his son. Well, my sister ended up sleeping on this in the my middle sister, the middle one, she ended up sleeping on the floor of his son's bedroom. And me and my baby sister, she's like I said, she's like 6 months, 6 or 7 months old, and we were both in his room on his waterbed. And he molested me and threatened me and um told me if I told anybody, he would kill me and my family. Um, and I believed him. So I didn't tell my mom. It took 10 years before I told my mom what happened. My grandma questioned it because there was blood in my panties. Um,
I'm so sorry.
but I was legit scared. And I remember my grandpa drove a limo, and we were. He's all, we have to go meet Bill. Do you remember Bill? I'm like, uh, yeah. And like, I'm like, yeah. I like, yeah, I do. And so because my grandpa was helping him pick out a gun, so this is why I didn't say anything because I knew he had guns. And so we went up there. I don't remember where it was at. I remember we're in the limo, and my grandma's like, "Come on, Carol, let's go." And I didn't want to get out of the car. Did not want to get out of the car. And she's like, "Come on." I'm like, I was scared. I was just too scared. Well, I ended up getting out of the car because she made me, and I hid behind my grandmother the whole entire time. And she couldn't figure out why. But when I told them what happened, it was like a couple years later after that when I told them what happened. Um, they were furious, and my grandpa was about ready to grab his gun and hunt him down and kill him. My mom, she was just
I'm so
heartbroken,
sorry.
but I blamed it all on my father because it wouldn't have happened had he not had the affair, you know.
Yeah.
And then when I was, how old was I? 14 at the time. Yeah, I was 14 when I beat my dad up. He started saying that he didn't believe me, that I was lying about it. Grant, he came to our condo to pick us girls up for his visit for the weekend. And he's like saying all these things, and it pissed me off. And um my mom didn't stop me. She just let me do it. He'd sit on the couch, and I would go out there and I like beat on his head and his back and his shoulders, and then go in my room and cry because I was just so upset because he never believing me. And my dad was very abusive towards my mom, to us
Mm.
kids. So yeah, so that's why I'm so protective of my kids. Like I said, I am a helicopter mom. Chloe, my Chloe bug, she's the one that just turned 12.
Mm-hmm.
She is so vulnerable. So vulnerable. She will she doesn't see anybody as a stranger.
Oh,
She thinks everybody is nice and good.
it's so hard when they're naive like that too.
And so it's just because I coddle her. She's my first rainbow baby.
Mm.
And so I coddled her so much and I held her so much. And I mean, I did the same thing with my son because he was my second rainbow baby. Because, I had a baby, had a loss, had a baby, had a loss, had a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was my second rainbow baby. So I coddle him, but I protect him, but I'm like, he'll ask me, Mom, can I go outside and ride my bike? Yeah, sure, go. And then there's times like, no, because I just have a bad feeling. And I'll tell him no. And he's like, why? I'm like, because you have to do this. I find an excuse for him not to go.
Yeah, but I feel like that's one of the things when you've gone through abuse and stuff is your intuition is so much more in tune, and you can
Hmm.
just pick up on things. Like I can just look at somebody and know they're a fucking creep.
Right. My so my oldest, my husband and I, when we lived in Colorado, we would go to Pizza Hut a lot and have their buffet dinner. And we'd go at least once a week because that's what my daughter wanted. And she was the only, she was about 9 years old. Yeah, she was 9 because I was pregnant with um my first son, my Jacob. So she was 9, and our waiter, he was always our waiter, and he was always really nice. Well, he was talking about he was with his friend was there, and they were talking about going to the movies, and um he wanted to know if he could take Caitlin, and I'm like, and David, my husband's all, yeah, go ahead. I'm like, no, something just didn't seem right. It did not feel right at all. So I told him no, that she had homework to do, and she was mad. I'm like, Caitlin, there's something not right with this situation. I'm sorry. I have a feeling something bad's gonna happen. 2 years later, I found out this guy was arrested for molesting his niece. His
Oh my God.
his brother-in-law caught him molesting and uh, raping his daughter, his niece, and he beat the living crap out of him and called the cops. They did not charge him. They were going to charge him, and the DA's like, I don't know if I can charge him for this because I would do it. And so they took
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
So they put the case towards a grand jury, and they didn't indict the father. So that was good.
Oh, thank God. I get sick at the cases where they go after like the
Hmm.
dads or moms for having a reaction.
Right. And so he's in prison now. I don't remember. I don't know how many years he got because I don't even remember that guy's name. But yeah, he's in jail. But as soon as I told my mom, I'm going back and forth. I'm sorry. As soon as I told my mom what happened, she called the police. There was nothing they could do because we didn't know where this guy was, because it had been 10 years. Um,
Hmm.
they did open a CPS investigation because of, what I said, but it was pretty much closed right away because it was so long. And my mom put me in counseling right away to help me deal with it. And it helped. It did. But the thing is when you're traumatized that bad, you try to forget about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it can manifest in other pain, like, headaches and
Hmm.
stomach aches. And that's what the doctor first thought what was wrong with me um, when I was a teenager, because I kept getting all these stomach pains. And no, that wasn't it at all. I was feeling myself ovulate.
Mm.
But, I got asked if I was a virgin, and he wanted to do an exam on me.
Oh my God.
I was like, no, you're not doing an exam on me. And he's like, well, I think somebody's not telling the truth on what happened to them. And that
What?
the doctor said that, and it pissed me off. And so I told
Please
my
tell
mom,
me your mom punched the fuck out of him.
she's like, we're leaving, is what she told him.
What
She's like,
a
we're leaving.
fucking piece of
So
shit.
making me talk about it as a teenager, because I had already dealt with it and got through it. I was too scared to go to school because I'm like, oh, he's gonna find me, he's gonna get me because I told, So I would leave.
Oh.
I'd go to school, and then I'd have a panic attack and leave and ditch. And I ended up calling my mom, Mom, I can't go to school. And
Mm.
so she had to put me back in counseling at that time because of what, this doctor brought it all up again.
I am so sorry you went through all that. And that doctor should be fucking ashamed of himself.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why people don't come forward. People don't understand. This is why people don't come forward.
Yeah. They'll get threatened. Like, it took me 10 years to tell my mom what happened. And when I told her, she told me what happened to her, and it was her uncle that molested her.
Wow.
Um, I don't
There's
know if
so
they,
much of.
I don't know if he ever got prosecuted or not. I don't remember if she ever, what she told me, because, it's so, this is 36 years ago when I told her, you know, but I don't remember if she ever got prosecuted for it. Or no, not 36, 31 years ago when I told her about it. But after 10 years, I couldn't remember. You try to forget.
Yeah.
But it's sad when you're like 5 years old and you have your first orgasm.
Mm. Yeah, and then it creates that fucking confusion of pleasure and lust and love, and people don't understand what that does to a child. And then when you
Yep.
become an adult, I was so fucking confused about my sexuality.
See, that part I wasn't. I did touch myself a couple times, and my mom caught me. And this is right before I told her what happened. The second time she caught me, I ended up like, okay, well, this is what happened, you know. And she's like, they're excellent, it was just, I remember, I can't remember the date, but I remember the apartment, I remember where we lived, I remember everything when I told her when it happened. I remember every detail of that night when he did it. I wish I knew his name. I even um, we went to the trailer park where we used to live. Um, my mom drove by his trailer and it was still there, but he wasn't there. He had moved. And so she went
Mm.
to the records office to see if they have any records of him so we could get his name so we could have him prosecuted. But they threw him out. They threw him out after 5 years. So they didn't have him.
Jesus.
They shred everything after 5 years.
And that's the hardest part, is always wondering if you're going to see the person or.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, I'll never go down to Florida, especially now that I know Tony's out of prison too. He only served 17 fucking years.
Yeah, that's not right. Like I said, men need to be castrated, have their dicks cut off and glued to their head or whatever, attached to their forehead, so you can tell that they're a predator. Same with women,
Yeah,
except you
fucking
do it with their boobs. You cut their boobs off and you glue it to their head so you can tell that they're predators. Because I mentioned
castrate
that,
motherfuckers.
yeah, when I mentioned that to my husband, cut their dicks off and glue them to their head. He goes, well, what about women? Women do it too. I'm like, well, cut their boobs off and glue it to their head. We gotta, especially new. I mean, yeah, we have a registry, but not everybody registers like they're supposed to. And they lack on,
No,
they,
they don't. They
they,
hide it, or they move to different states and
yeah,
shit.
yeah. And then the cops lack on, following up on that kind of stuff.
Just makes me fucking sick. And the things that I've heard about other people talking about how um, they can't help it because it's their sexuality and shit like that. Oh my god, it just makes me fucking want to throw up.
Oh, Gucci, my dad even told me when I asked him to teach me how to drive. He told me, we'll go drive about by a lake. He's all, I'll teach you by a lake. So that way, we crash, we'll end up if we crash in the lake, we'll float because you're so fat.
Wow.
Yeah, my father was a horrible, horrible person. So now you can see why I beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, I totally see that. Yes, exactly, Aesop. I don't want to forget that there are women out there that do things. And with me having, two boys, whenever I hear about these teachers or things like that come out, And people are like, oh, they just got lucky and this and that. And I'm like, no, you're fucking sick. That's a little boy. Oh, it disgusts me, the difference in people's minds about, oh, the little boy got lucky. She's a hot teacher, or just,
Yeah, that's just so wrong because these teachers take advantage.
yeah. I had a
Oh,
teacher that,
Victoria, I am so sorry. That is,
oh my God, Victoria.
Yep, I did. I beat the crap out of him. My mom let me. I beat on him, go in my room and cry because I was so upset. And he'd come in and antagonize me and go, oh, poor baby, poor little baby, and go back in the living room and sit down. I get up and go back out there and beat the crap out of him again.
Wow, what a fucking asshole.
And when my grandma found out, she's like, good for you. Because I would never, I never think about hitting your parents. They gave you life, but my father, screw you. I wouldn't have been, molested if it wasn't for you.
Yeah. I feel like so many of us have gone through this and it's just not talked about. And then it's like you meet a group of people and it's like almost every single person has gone through something. And people, it's just crazy that it's so damn common, but yet everybody just turns their head to it and keeps it a secret or hides it, or that person's lying. And people wonder, like, like in my case, I was forced to say it didn't happen. I was fucking interrogated for hours and pushed to say, no, it didn't happen.
Yeah,
And then you want to question me about it 15 years later?
right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. It really did happen, didn't it? Yeah, motherfucker, it did. And the people wonder why people hide it because of shit like this. And then when it does come out again, then it's all these people, oh, well, they're a whore, or they're this, or they're that. It's disgusting. And I'm so tired of hearing people say that, oh, well, they must have, seduced them or whatever. A child
That's
cannot
why he's got
seduce a grown man.
no, no.
Period.
Yeah. My baby sister's laying next to me in the bed. I'm in the middle, and he's on the other side of me. He's all, you want to play a game? And he goes down on me. I fell asleep and woke up to an orgasm.
Oh my God.
And when I woke up to that, and he got out of bed and he was completely naked, so I don't know what else he did because I fell asleep.
Mm,
There was, some blood on my panties. My grandma was questioning about that, and the only thing I could say was, "Oh, it's paint," because we had just got done painting, and I was on like really short shorts. I was a little girl, so
yeah.
and we were painting, or I was on a skirt or something. I don't remember. We were painting our porch, and it was brown. I'm like, "Oh, it's paint." That was how I got out of that from telling her because I was so afraid of this man. I was so afraid he was gonna kill my family.
Gosh, that's awful. I'm sorry. But you are a brave and incredible mama now. You stopped the cycle. You've protected your
hmm
children.
hmm Yeah, when that when David did that those charges or try to do those false allegations against us, I looked at that lady. I'm like, I'm a survivor. You really think I put my kids through that? Like, come on. No, Mama do. I don't think. Well, I can't say that, but I wouldn't do that. I'm sure you're not going to do that.
No, my goal is to protect my children and never ever let them feel any of the pain I've ever gone through. Oh my gosh, Gucci, I just seen your comment about the doctor too. Oh, I'm so sorry you have an awful piece of shit mother too. God, it's so much worse when it's your mother, the one person that should protect you.
Mm-hmm.
It's disgusting.
Oh, Gucci, I had a doctor ask me if I was a virgin. I sprained my ankle and I was in the hospital. My father took me to the hospital because I hurt my ankle really bad and I was having a hard time walking. I sprained it really, really bad. And I had a doctor ask me if I was still a virgin. Like, what does that have to do with my ankle?
Wow.
Yeah, it was a foreign doctor.
Like you have any fucking business even knowing that. Come on, dude. Oh,
Mhm.
God. Hang on just 1 second. I'm going to get me some ice and I don't want to like blind or not blind everybody, bust anybody's eardrums. Hang on 1 second.
Okay. I'm glad my mom was a good mama. I miss her so much.
Okay, sorry about that. But if anybody else wants to come up and talk about anything, you are so more than welcome to. And I'm proud of you, Care Bear, for coming up and sharing. I know it's not easy.
No,
And I know you miss your mama.
I
I'm
do.
sorry.
I miss her so much.
She's proud of you and she loves you. And she's looking down on you right now, proud of you for speaking out and sharing your story.
But I'll get down so someone else can come up.
No, you're fine. You take your time, babe. Just take a deep breath.
No, I'm just reading all the comments about you guys' mom, hearing how your mom was and seeing how everybody else's mom was, and it's like I feel so lucky to have such a great mom like I did.
Yeah, it's hard. I had an amazing dad, though. My dad was a good man. And I miss him to death.
My dad, my stepdad, he's the best because he was with my mom at that time when it when I told her what happened, and he is even there to help support me when I told her what happened. Because like I said, my stepdad's raised me since I was 6.
Well, that's amazing. That's your dad. That's your
Yep.
father.
That's
That
no,
other
he's my
piece of shit.
nope. He's my dad. The other piece of shit is my father because he gave me life. He fathered
Yeah,
me. That's it.
that's it. He donated some sperm. That is it.
Yep. And for me to sit there and take care of him as he's dying and, help him with the nursing home, I still did all that because I felt like I had to. It was like, you're my dad. We gave you
Hmm.
life. I need to, take care of you. And
That's
I did
hard.
it.
I still, up until about 2 years ago when I went through rehab and got in touch with all my trauma and all the bullshit and um,
I'm gonna mute
it's
myself because
no, you're okay.
sorry, I'm having a coughing attack.
But
I need to close that.
they when I went to rehab, they taught me, and about boundaries. And once I enforced boundaries with my mom, it was like she wanted nothing to do with me. Once I didn't put up with any of her drama and chaos, she hardly talks to me anymore. And I'm okay with it. Like, it is what it is at this point.
Do you
Me and my
talk to
sister
any of that family though?
no, not
So then,
really.
why do you care what they say?
I don't. I just feel like it's been so long since it happened that I don't know. I just, like, he still has kids and he's got even more kids now.
So then you can put them in danger though.
Yeah, it's hard because then it's like, okay, well, am I going to have to go to court in Florida? Am I going to have to get put through all that shit? Do I really want to relive all that? That's why it's like, when I read about what this woman was doing, it was just like, I'm so in awe of her strength.
Yeah.
Um, because I've thought about it. I just don't think I'm strong enough to deal with all that. It's in a whole nother state. I don't even know how any of that would work. Um, I've thought about it though, because I'm sure there's other people out there.
You can though, because I looked it up. They eliminated the statute of limitations for under 16 assault.
Even if it was back in 2004.
Yeah, it says it's been eliminated. I didn't go like into detail looking at it, but they said they anything like for SA for an adult is 4 years. For a child 16 and under, it's been eliminated.
I'll have to look into it a little bit more. Because, yeah, I thought it
I
was
know
like
a lot of states have
done.
done. No, there's a lot of states that have done that. That they've eliminated the statute of limitations for child child assault, sexual
Mm-hmm.
assault because of that. A lot of people don't come out and say anything or they're scared and this and that. So there's a lot of states that have eliminated the statute for 16 and under. Because the reason it's 16 and under is because most states are at 17.
Yeah.
They're considered
Let's
whatever
look
it is.
it up here. Statute of limitations.
Put for child. Make sure you put child.
Yeah. Oh my God. Listen to this.
Mm.
Okay, so state by state guide on statutes and limitations. So it says Florida. Has this state eliminated the statute of limitations for all felony sex crimes? No. Florida has a statute of limitations for its most serious felony sex crime. Does this state reduce a statute of limitations if a victim chooses not to report? No. If the victim is under 16 and reports within 72 hours of the crime, there is no statute of limitations.
Oh my god. Like it. That.
And it
I read
says,
something different.
what is the state's statute of limitations for its most serious felony sex crimes? 10 years or less. Let me see if I can. And this is on the RAIN website. It's got all the states. And this is one of those sexual violence websites.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. Let's look at this one. This one's from an actual attorney website. Okay, so when children are abused, some children don't reveal to their parents or to any trustworthy adult that they were abused. Sometimes abused children can repress their memories or block out what happened to them until years later. For those Florida child sexual abuse victims, they deserve to pursue justice against their abuser even years later. Fortunately, they can with the changing of the statute of limitation law. Florida has made significant changes to the statute of limitations on both criminal and civil claims relating to child abuse. A few years ago, Florida eliminated the statute of limitations on both civil and criminal sexual abuse claims. This now allows childhood abuse victims under the age of 16 at the time of the abuse to pursue a claim even though the previous state law would have barred it.
See?
Okay, so the new statute of limitations mean that if you were sexually abused at age 16 or younger, that you can file a lawsuit against the abuser no matter how much time has passed, allowing you to seek justice through a court of law and recover damages for the harm you suffered.
There you go.
See, I don't want to sue him though.
But I could end up getting him charges too, wouldn't it? Because doesn't it say you can sue civil and have charges pressed?
I may actually contact this attorney that I'm on here because they're an actual child sexual abuse lawyer. Huh. I may save this and contact them just to ask some questions. I'm curious.
Yeah, if you're strong enough to come on live on YouTube for millions, like the whole world, to see that has access to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not that popular.
Well, if someone they were able to come across your channel and see it, you can do that, and you're strong enough to pursue charges.
Thank you. I just worry about, like, I know I could speak out against him because I can't fucking stand that he's still walking around. It's just, for me, it's like, how is it going to work with, like, am I going to have to go to Florida and testify, and how long is it going to take, and how much money is it going to take, and I'm just the overthinking part that's like starts driving me nuts is like all the extra details.
You can put that in there as damages too, dear.
Yeah, that's true.
You can. I thought we consider part of restitution.
That's something I'm definitely going to talk to my husband about more, because I have talked to him so many times where I'm like, I wish I could just go after this motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Because I didn't know the statute of limitations changed in Florida. I thought that it was, I guess, what it used to be, and now it's changed, which is a good thing that it's changed.
Yeah, a lot of states have been doing that. They've been changing their statutes because people were so afraid to come out.
Good.
I mean, he probably won't get much time because of how judges have been lately with, victims.
I just want people to fucking know. You know what I mean? I just want him to be.
And for him being a registered sex offender. Like,
yes, I just want people
your life,
to
ruin his. If I could find the guy that did it to me, I'd ruin his life.
He literally
he'd be older than my parents were.
He works in fast food and fucking hires all these fucking teenagers, and everybody thought it was always the funny joke, like, oh, here John is hiring all these 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds and shit, and then he's out there fucking them all. And instead of my aunt being outraged at her husband who's sleeping with all these children, she's outraged at them for enticing him.
Yeah, no. It takes two. I don't see why people don't understand that kind of stuff.
Thank you, Gucci Mama. I really appreciate that. I'm so happy you found the channel. Like, really, you're such a sweetheart.
Yes, Gucci Mama. It is his secret, not hers. I agree with that comment 100%.
You guys are amazing, and definitely given me a lot more strength to think about it and dig into some things. I think that would give me almost the ultimate closure, is knowing that at least everybody else knows, and it's not just the secret of the fucking family that, oh, this motherfucker did this.
Right.
Because I've had my own thoughts of if he's done things to a certain person in his life, because this person is very, very confused with their sexuality, has had suicidal attempts and all kinds of shit. Mm-hmm. And it's made me wonder, like, could they be going through things with this person? Because for me, when a child is doing all these types of things, that's a cry out for help,
Yeah.
And just because they're blood doesn't mean that he can't do something. He's a fucking pedo, Blood don't mean shit to them. That would be amazing. That would be amazing, Gucci Mama. Like, I would really, really, I would love to advocate for anybody that wants to tell their story, come out, or anything.
Yeah, you need to talk to Jared and really think about pressing charges on him. Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Make him dig his grave and let his
I
kids see
know.
how he this person really is.
Hollywood definitely hijacked it. It all became about all the fucking Hollywood creeps, but then us regular folk got forgotten about again. Definitely Gucci Mama.
Yeah. I think there's too much into that Me Too movement.
Yeah. They used it, it became more of a attack people and use it as, for cancel culture.
Yeah.
And, look at the Amber Heard bullshit and how she used that. And so
Right. Not as the
it's
role, not thinking about the people that actually go through this kind of stuff. And
exactly. And how it makes us look even more fucking uncredible, or, to people like, oh, look, just another Amber Heard.
yeah. Well, you could even call people that know about it as witnesses.
Well, see, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I may still have the messages from when I talked to her about it, because she messaged me on Facebook and asked me all this and was like, yeah, your cousins, da da da. But I
Well,
don't remember.
well, okay, so when you go into Messenger, you can search for the person's name. And if it's not in your regular messages, look in archive messages because they do
Yeah.
archive messages.
Well, she's one of those people that fucking, how do I get my messenger bigger? She's one of those people that will have like fucking a new Facebook every fucking couple months.
Mhm. Oh, wow. Yeah, but you'll still have
Um,
those messages
yeah, I'm gonna look it up right now, actually.
and screenshot it so you have them.
Let's see. Let me scroll, 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 scroll. Da, da, da,
That's
da.
crazy. I don't follow the Kardashians, so I don't. I don't know. I see some of these kids around here, these teenagers around here, that wear like tight halter tops that are like half cut shirts and short skirts, and it makes me sick. It's like, how do your parents let you leave the house like that? Because I couldn't do it. I'm glad my kids don't wear that kind of clothes.
Yeah, well,
I Caitlin, my oldest, she knows everything that's happened. I've talked to the other two, but they forget stuff, so I need to tell them as they get older. Um, but I know my oldest can take care of herself. She's strong. She's stronger than me and her dad. Good night, Ari. Oh, she already left. Oh no, maybe not. I might just like oh I am. And
sorry, I'm scrolling here, trying to
and
see
then
if I still have everything.
but my youngest daughter, my middle child, she I worry about her because she has got the body that everybody wants. I mean, she doesn't have real. She's still developing, but she's got like the curvy. She's so skinny, she's got like the perfect like model body. So
Mm-hmm.
that worries me with her, and because she's, like I said, she's so naive and vulnerable, and
Yeah, it is. It's scary. But I don't know. I also kind of I teach I teach them that, you dress how you want to dress. It's I can't stand when people are like, "Oh, you're sexualizing your child dressing on that way." No, because if you look at a 2-year-old in a crop top and you think that's
well, yeah,
sexual, then you're disgusting. Like that's you sexualizing it
but
because
wearing that stuff. Okay, so wearing this like her concert, they have a specific rules on what they're supposed to wear for the concert. Skirts are to be at the knees, hair out of the face,
yeah.
pull back from the face, you know. So I followed every rule. Dress shoes, I followed every rule that he had in there. And we take my daughter to her concert, and there's these two girls that left their hair in their face, pretty much talked in the whole time like they were, the cool kids. Short skirts where you could almost see their butts.
Mm,
Like they
yeah.
were really, and they were that short. And you're at a choir concert. You're performing in this choir concert dressed like that.
Yeah, well, that's where parents come in.
Yeah, and see, he's my neighbor. I didn't know it. Their teacher, her choir teacher, is my neighbor. I had no idea that's
Mm,
who it was 'cause I hardly see him. When we went to parent teacher conferences, I mentioned it to him, like, why did you allow those two girls to go on stage when you put out specific rules that we had to sign? And the kids had to sign. I let them go on this one time, and I told them if they show up next time that no. And I'm like, yeah, I go, that just, I mean, we could almost see that one girl's butt. Her skirt was so short. And yeah,
mm.
he wasn't happy about it either. It's like, well, then why'd you put him on stage?
Yep, I still have the messages. It was
There,
2015.
there you go.
I just found them all. Listen, like literally listen. Ray, I'm in the process of leaving John. I need you to talk to me. My heart is so torn right now. I need you to open up to me. Oh, that's right. It was my mom who brought it up into a fight and screamed about it or some shit.
And see,
And then
that's
it,
how
it
I miss
got
my daughter.
it got brought all up again. I got it here.
See, there you go. See, my oldest will wear spaghetti strap shirts in the house. She'll wear them outside the house, but she always has a sweater on, so nobody can
See,
see anything.
my oldest is so like she will not even wear anything that hugs her.
Mm,
She's so like her shirts have to be baggy. She's just like such a she's very not tomboyish, but she's just very all about
modest,
comfort. She wants to be comfortable
comfort.
and modest. She's modest and she wants all comfort. And then you got my littlest one who's all like, wee. She wants the bows and the skirts and the dressy dresses. And
Yeah,
then
see,
my
that's how.
oldest is just like, Mom, the lights, it's killing me.
That's how my
She
youngest.
lives in hoodies and like I love it, but then I'm always telling her, I'm like, I'll buy her a shirt, and she'll be like, Mom, I don't like the way it fits me, and I'm like, but you look beautiful. You look no, Mom, I don't like the way it looks on me, but I always respect her. She knows like she would see some kids and she'd be like, God, Mom, you would never let me dress like that. And like there are some ways like I'm just like at a certain point, it's just like too much. Um, and
Yes,
it's
Gucci.
for me, it's like it's not that I don't think that you know that's asking for it or whatever having a child dress like that. I just don't want my kids showing all that shit off.
Right? You don't, but
I just don't want
see,
her butt cheeks showing out of her shorts or
exactly,
her
I don't want that either. And that's why I couldn't understand why these girls are dressed like that. And it's like, come on. Like, nobody, I'm not sexualizing it. I'm not talking about sexualizing it. I'm like,
no. I
I'm,
get it. I get what you're
I'm
saying.
where like, nobody wants to see that.
Exactly.
Make your skirts a little longer. Nobody wants to see your little butt.
That's
you
where
know?
parents have to come in. For me, it's that fine line because like I'm in a lot of like small business like rep groups, and like where we post pictures of our kids wearing the cute little clothes and bows, and people post their kid in like a little crop top or something, and then there's comments talking about you're disgusting, you're dressing your kid like a whore, and all kinds of shit. And it's like, you're the disgusting one literally sexualizing a 2-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
What is sexy about my 2-year-old's belly button?
Right.
Please explain that to me. If you
Right.
find that sexy, something's
Shit,
wrong
I
with
let my kids run
you.
around with just with a diaper on half the time.
Oh my God, these children, they're, I swear, we always joke around like one of them's going to end up in a nudist colony or something because they're always trying to strip, especially, when they're potty training, first learning to potty
Oh
train, and
yeah,
they're
and they
just
take off
like,
their diaper and they're asleep.
everything's buck naked. Oh,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah, I remember those days when I was potty training my son. Oh my god. I'm like, come on, let's go potty. He's like, I don't have to go. And I'm like, well, come on anyways. And he went, made him sit on the toilet. I put my little timer on my phone. He sat there and got up. I'm like, okay, fine. He said, I'm done. He didn't go. I'm like, well, now I have to go, so get out of the bathroom. This is because he had our apartment. And
Uh-huh.
I go to the bathroom and I come out, and he literally took off his diaper and shit on the floor
Oh my
next to my
God.
couch. I'm like, dude, you could have done that in the toilet. Why?
Oh my
You were in
God.
there. I'm like, I could have left. There's another bathroom.
That's funny.
Yeah, he literally took off his
Oh,
diaper and pooped on the floor. I was like, oh my god, kid.
yeah. Oh, mine love to go running around outside peeing. And I'm like, guys, y'all realize we have indoor plumbing?
Yeah, he does that too. Like he's 7 years old, and he'll like, I don't want us to go inside, so he'll just pee on the
Oh,
tree.
I'm,
It's like,
I'm
quit
glad I'm
doing
not the
that.
only one. I
No,
think
I
it's
think
just a boy thing because
it
my
is.
husband will pee outside if he gets a chance to.
Yeah, my husband too, and my friend, she has twin boys, and they do it. They don't want to go inside and, take forever inside. They'll just pee on the tree and then continue playing. It's like, but they don't wash their hands. And
Boys
like,
are gross. I love it.
and then like my daughter will come in, Mom. So, I haven't even said his name yet. I've said every other kid's name but his. Matthew peed on the tree.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
like, Matthew, you need to come inside and use the bathroom. We have neighbors. They don't need to see your wee wee. Now get your butt inside and wash your hands.
That's where I'm so blessed because on each side of us, the neighbors have privacy fences. So it's like, thank God, because
See, I have a
there's
privacy.
times,
Yeah, I have a privacy fence behind me, like in the back,
mm-hmm,
along the alleyway, and then on the side of me, it's not privacy, but they're all blocked off with all my husband's shit, so you can't see.
mm-hmm.
But on the other side, it's chain link.
Oh yeah.
And so
Our ours is chain link.
I told my husband, we gotta figure out how to get, a privacy fence along there. Because I rather have full privacy in the backyard because the kids are in the swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when they're in the swimming pool, my daughter in her, little swimsuit. And not only that, people don't need to be looking at my kids playing. Leave them alone. I don't want to be judged about my kids, what they're doing outside.
Yeah, I'm the same way. We
But
have
they have concrete. It's like a slab of concrete that goes all along the yard, and then the chain link fence is on top of that. So we would have to break all that concrete up just to build a privacy fence, unless we give them a little bit of our property and do it, on the other side of the concrete. It's crazy.
the things we do for our kiddos.
But wood's so expensive right now. I don't think I'll be doing it anytime soon.
Yeah, one of the reasons I love this house, or as Molly said, my shitty, crappy, I should be embarrassed about my house,
Your
whatever.
house looks really nice. She,
It's old and it's
it's
small and we've outgrown it. But the
mine's
housing market
old.
went crazy until we could get something better. So we're just here.
Hmm.
My landlord is awesome, and we still have our housing down payment in our bank, and we're just waiting. We're waiting for the housing market to chill the fuck out
Right?
because it's crazy here in Texas. It is insane.
It was like
I'm,
that in Colorado. That's why I moved to
mhm.
Nebraska because
I'm not spending 100, 200, $300,000 more than what a house is fucking worth.
yeah,
Sorry.
when my husband and I were looking for a house, we got approved for 290. We could not find anything that was 290. Everything was 360 to 5 or over. Um,
Jeez.
yeah, and these are not very, these aren't real big houses. They're like 2, 3 bedroom or 3 bedroom houses. Okay, so I'm like, you know what? We're going to Nebraska. We're going to Nebraska because it's cheaper.
Yeah,
So
you got to do what you got to do.
we started looking up here and we got our house. It got 5 bedrooms, but technically three because there's no egress windows and the two in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, one bedroom doesn't even have a window, but my daughter's room has two windows. We just need to put an egress window in there for it to be considered a bedroom. And then we have the 3 bedrooms upstairs. So we basically, have a, if you put the egress, we have a 4 bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
and we paid 134 for this.
Oh, wow. That's not bad at all.
So the one house I really wanted, it was a 4 bedroom, and it had a basement and upstairs, and it was they wanted 70,000, but I hadn't gotten approved for my loan yet. They were still working out on my paperwork, so I couldn't put an offer on it. I was so angry, and it had a huge garage and workroom that my husband would love. The only downside it didn't have was it didn't have central air. That
Oh,
was
gosh. I
that was
could
the
not
only
live without.
downside. Yeah, there's no way I could with my MS. There's no way I could without a central
I guess it would depend, I guess, on what kind of climate we're in.
air. Yeah,
Central air.
come to. We get really hot here, just like you guys do there in Texas. Not as hot as you in Texas, but we get pretty hot here, and then we get bitter cold winters.
Yeah. Oof. Does it have would it have central heat or was it just central everything?
So my heat is radiant floor heat. So I
Oh,
have,
those are so awesome.
I hate it. I like feeling the heat blowing on you. That's what I like. So I hate the radiant floor heat because you can't tell it's warm in here until you go outside and it's cold when you come in because you can't
Oh
feel
yes.
that. You can't feel
The
that warmth
tea.
blowing
Georgia
on
and
you.
Alabama are very pretty. My uncle on my dad's side actually lives in Alabama, and I love going out there and visiting. Georgia, I haven't really seen a whole lot of, just driving through fucking Atlanta traffic. But yes, what I've seen of Alabama's, there's some really pretty areas. And yeah, very affordable in those areas, but there's no jobs in those areas. Like that's the thing.
Yeah,
Like there's so
that's
many
how
like
it is
cheaper
here.
parts in Texas. We could move like an hour and a half or an hour outside of Dallas or whatever, but then you've got a much longer commute and traffic and chaos and like all
Mhm.
of my oldest son's therapies and shit are in Dallas and I'm just like no, traffic is hell enough. So
Well,
we're
let's
just
go.
waiting.
I know the market's going down in Colorado.
It's finally starting to like stabilize here, but
Hmm.
people like one of our close friends,
I think the
they
only reason
went
why it's starting to go
through
down is because of the interest rates going up.
mhm. But yeah, one of our friends, they went through 30 offers and got outbidded every single time before they just gave up and said they'll just fucking wait.
That's how it is up here. Like, because it's so cheap in this town. People have been coming up here, so as soon as a house goes up for sale, it sells. And they would have bidding wars, but they wouldn't let me bid on that house. Like, we already have an offer. I'm like, well, can I put an offer in? Like, I would have gotten
Uh,
more. I didn't care. But they wouldn't let me put an offer in. Like I said, the only downside was there was no central air and there was no privacy fence. It was all open. Well, I would have had enough money to do it. Because
mhm.
my down payment would have been $26,000 like it was here for this house.
Yeah, you could have made like whatever changes you really wanted to.
Yeah, I could have put in central air. I could have put the privacy fence up back then because I'm talking, we bought this house 4 years ago. Yeah, it's when we bought this house.
So are you pretty close to Colorado?
Um, so the border is like 30 minutes from me.
Okay, so that's not too bad.
Yeah. And then to go to my dad's, it's like a 3-hour drive.
I have cousins in Golden, Colorado.
Yep. I used to live like not far from there. I lived in Central City, Colorado.
So beautiful there. Yes, I went to, I think it was
Blackhawk.
Central City. Is that where it's like the ghost towny like area and you can go like you walk up like this huge steep area and it's an old mining town. I think
Hmm.
I have a shot glass from one of the cities we visited when
It's
my
like
uncle passed away.
it's considered the richest. What is it? What does the sign say? Welcome to Central City, the richest a fourth of a mile city or something like that in the world.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, that's so cool. That is
that's where I used to live, and then we bought the house here, and we were looking for a house up there. I wanted the kids to stay at the school up there because that school was great. They only have to go to the one school for the rest of their rest of their school
mhm.
age because it's a K through 12.
Oh, that's cool.
And but nope, we couldn't find nothing. I mean, we even went to like Netherland and looked in Netherland, and I didn't want to live in Netherland because that's Boulder County, and I didn't want my kids going to Boulder. I wanted them to go to stay in Gilpin County. But yeah, that's where we lived. It's so fun driving in the snow.
You would think though with Colorado and them having legalized weed that it would have balanced things out, because
Oh
they have all
no,
this extra money coming in, but instead it just did the opposite.
yeah, when they legalized weed, everything went up. That's when like everything just started going up, like housing, renting, everything. Like the neighbors to my dad across the street from my dad, um, they're renting this house across the street. They're paying 3,800 a month for a 4 bedroom.
Jesus Christ.
That's rent. That's not even buying.
Yeah, that's how it is here in a lot of places. Like I see
Uh,
some of these, and they're shithole houses, and they're going for $2,500 a month and shit.
Jeez. Yeah, when we were looking and I asked our loan agent, I'm like, so if we find a house for 290, how much is our mortgage gonna be? Our mortgage is gonna be over 2 grand. I'm like, well, who can afford that? I said, that's cheap. I mean, that's more expensive than my rent. My rent's half that.
Yeah, exactly, Gucci. It's all the fucking crooked politicians and shit that are baking in right now.
Hmm.
And it's all these companies that are really doing it because they're the ones buying up these houses and then flipping them and putting them in as Airbnbs and shit.
See, they don't. They just they have really strong restrictions in Central City and Blackhawk because I'm sure you saw Blackhawk too because Blackhawks were like just down the street from Central City, basically, where
Possibly.
most
It
of the
was
major where there most of the major casinos are, like the Isle and what else is there?
possibly. We just kind of drove around sightseeing. We were there for my uncle's funeral.
Hmm.
And we just literally drove around and just found places to go. Mm.
Yeah, my husband worked at the Isle and Laguna Casino. He did maintenance at both casinos and hotels.
Where are you at now, Gucci, if you don't mind saying? I do miss the cheaper rent.
North, that's for damn sure.
Right?
You could buy a house there for under $100,000.
They have a 2 bedroom house or 3 bed. No,
Yeah,
it's a three.
yeah. Illinois is disgusting with their crookedness.
There's a 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom house right now in Grant, which is 20 minutes away that's where my husband works at the hospital. And they want 95,000 for it.
Jesus,
It's cheap up here because
I wish.
but the thing is it's hard to find a job because we're such a I mean, Grant is smaller than my town. We have less than 5,000 people in my town. That town's way
Mm-hmm.
smaller than my town. We have two grocery stores here. We have Safeway and Walmart. And then you go to Grant, you have just one little tiny grocery store. Everybody ends up driving into town here to go to Walmart. we don't have a whole lot. I mean, we have a lot of restaurants, but like not a whole lot of like name brand restaurants. Like we don't have an Olive.
Yeah.
We don't have a Chili's. We don't, we have McDonald's, Wendy's, A&W, Dairy Queen, Runza, Arby's. That's what we have for fast food. And then we have a three margaritas, and then some other Mexican restaurant that I don't like going. And then the steakhouse that my daughter works at. And then there's like a couple others. But they're like,
See, I want to go visit Arizona so bad, Gucci. That's awesome. I really do want to visit Arizona.
you love
Well,
Arizona, but you don't love it.
I feel that about Texas too sometimes. But, oh, it is getting late, my loves. I think we're gonna shut down here.
Get some sleep.
Thank you guys.
I'm so sorry about timing Ari and Kisme
No,
out.
no, it was okay. I was cracking up. I was like, because I did it the other day to Aesop when I fell asleep.
I went to crawl on my bed and lay down, and I set my phone down, and of course my cord hit the phone. And I'm like, and then it minimized the screen and the YouTube. I'm like, crap. Then I opened it back. I'm like, oh crap. I just saw that I did it to Ari, and I'm like, oh man. And then I know I'm like, then like a few minutes later, I was like, oh, I did it to Kisme too.
Oh yes, I hate how easy YouTube has made it to be able to do that. I get it, but then it sucks too.
If you click the link, Gucci, you can put it in private chat, so you don't have to put it in the public chat.
Or you can also find me. Oh shit, my major name's not on here no more. Here, I'll post my actual name. I don't know. Do you have Facebook, Gucci Mama? I don't do much on Instagram. But if you look up my name, which it's already out there because I've already been doxxed, you can find my name on Facebook. No Facebook. Okay. What is my Instagram name? Hang on. Let me look up my Instagram name. That's how bad I am with Instagram. I don't even remember what my name is on there.
I don't hardly ever go on my Instagram.
Let me see. Let me pull
I
up my name.
I don't even have anything posted on my Instagram. It's pretty blank. I don't think there's anything on it.
Okay, here's my name on Insta.
Do you have Facebook Messenger at least?
There you go. There's my Insta. Which I don't post much on there, but you can contact me on there. And yeah, I hope to see you in more lives or videos we do. It was so nice having you.
I've been through some shit. A lot of stuff. But yeah, when you were talking about like relationships and stuff, I have never been in a toxic relationship, so I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
I've only had like 3 serious relationships, or well, mainly 2 serious relationships, and the other 2 were just like lust. But they weren't toxic to me. So, well, one maybe he was, but I didn't let him, get away with anything.
Is your Insta name the same as your YouTube screen name, Gucci Mama? Because I can try to find you on Instagram that way too. But yeah, if you look up the Mom of the Wild Ones, that's my Insta name. Okay, let me save that. Yeah, I'll look you up on Instagram for sure. I'd love to do some more awareness things and yeah, definitely. But thank you guys for all being here with me and listening and I'm so proud of you, Care Bear, for coming up and sharing your story.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
I couldn't believe Tia, like, Carol sent that. I'm like, she sent me. That's why when Carol comes in the chat, everybody says, "Hi, Carol," or "Thank you, Carol." You guys mention her name. I'm like, "Are you guys talking to me?"
It's funny. I know. I was giggling when Tia did that.
Like, you just said my name. I go, well, like I've said all my whole family's name now, so.
That's all right. Anybody fucks with you, and they're going to be fucking with me too. So I got your back.
Let them dox me. Like I said, I'm friends with the sheriff.
Right.
My husband used to work at the sheriff's, used to work as a jailer, so let him fuck with me.
But I love you guys. I hope everybody
too.
gets some rest tonight. And thank you guys. And yeah, I'll see you maybe tomorrow, next day. I don't know. Depends on these kiddos.
Yeah,
Love you guys.
I hope your baby girl gets to feeling better.
Yes, she's better than she was yesterday, thankfully.
Did you research the onion?
I haven't yet.
You need to do that.
I'm going to. There's a few things I need to do some researching on. So, all right, ladies, I love you guys.
Love you too.
Mwah. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you for letting me up here, Rayon.
Yes, anytime.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, guys. Thank you all for being here, listening to me share my story. Yes, I'm so proud of all of you. So many of us have gone through so much, and we are still here. We are still standing, and we are survivors. We're not victims, we're survivors. And nobody can ever take that from us. We have strength, and there is strength in numbers and bringing awareness to this. We have got to stop the cycle of abuse. We have got to stop the generational trauma that keeps going and going. We can do this. We can bring awareness to this. And I plan on using my platform to bring awareness to this. I love you guys. Have an amazing night or morning. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, guys.